Welcome to Whatever Bank, where we do our best and you do the rest.
Hi, what kind of relationship benefits do you offer?
Relationship benefits. That usually kicks in when you have more zeros in your account. But I like to think our coffee in the lobby is pretty decent.
You don't have to bank like that. Make the switch to KeyBank and earn real benefits by making 5 qualifying transactions each month with your KeyBank checking account.
I was going to do that anyway.
Learn more at key.com/relationship. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank member FDIC.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on The Fan. LA faces New York in baseball action starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Oh, and we're real grateful, fired up that you are here with us. Cecil Lammey remains off. He's back on Monday. I'm starting to get, it's now to the time where Cecil's been gone so long where I'm getting like DMs of like, yo, what's going on with Cecil?
Yeah, it's kind of forgot what he looked like.
Yeah.
Forgot what he sounded like.
That's the voice of James Marilat, sitting in for Cease today.
I mean, not that I'm glad Cecil's not here, but it allows me to be here. So in a way, I am kind of glad Cecil's not here.
Look, Cecil, and you know this, you guys work together on the digital side. That dude works his you-know-what off.
Yeah.
We always say we're kind of cut from the same cloth. I'd include you into that as a grinder. I would, in a regular work environment, if my partner took 2.5 weeks off, I'd be like, yo, dude, not cool.
Yeah.
In this work environment, knowing what he's about to do for the next 6 to 8 months, take the time, Cecil Lammey. You've earned it.
He works his butt off. He also does a really good job, though, when it's time to unplug.
He does it.
Like, is he off the grid? Is he living in a shack in Montana somewhere? Like, I have no idea where
We've got, I think as a group, twice he's texted us. He's checked in twice. And one of them was a little bit we have whenever he's gone. You do something for the group, and it's a fun little thing we do.
Yeah.
That was it. So he's out of sight, out of mind. Good for him.
Well, that makes me feel better because he's my Cheyenne Frontier Days ticket hookup.
Yeah, that's right.
And he's been ignoring me the last couple of days.
I believe, what's today's day? I think he's back in the state today, so you might have a better chance.
All right. I thought he was just ignoring me because he's like, it's the only time I hear from Marilat is when he wants something.
It's a big weekend of Cheyenne Frontier Days,
know,
too.
man.
Isn't near Cecil like the Peyton Manning of turning his phone off? Like,
Yes,
he's
he
the
is.
greatest of all time
Yeah,
at
he is.
never responding.
Yes.
I'm envious of that. Like,
It's
wouldn't that be
nice.
nice?
I will say, as I'm getting a little older, I'm getting better at it of completely unplugged. I just had the last 3 days off, and it worked out with the sports calendar. Did that by design. Of like, yo, I'm going to take a few days off. I'm not going to listen. I'm not going to watch. I'm not going to consume. I'm not going to tweet and be all over this thing. I unplugged. I cleaned the house about 6 times. I did yard work over and over again, and I played 4 rounds of golf in 3 days. So it was awesome.
That sounds pretty great.
You know what? And in fact, since you and I were doing this last week, and we had the old high school memory moment, right?
Yes.
And it didn't work out great for us.
Felt bad about ourselves.
Yeah, our high school moments weren't great. But I was thinking about something because during my time off, of, again, playing golf so much, yesterday I played golf with Mallory Pugh's father. Horace Pugh.
Okay,
and
that's cool.
Stud of a golfer. Obviously, his entire family is athletic.
Yeah.
I heard some crazy stories about Mallory and him. My first question is like, all right, you have a professional athlete as a kid. When did you know? Like, is there a moment?
Yeah.
He gave me a cool story, dude. At 10 years old, they're sitting out in the back porch. They're home in Denver. And he's like, me and my wife are sitting out there, having a drink, just talking, hanging out as a family. And Mallory, they have the football nets that you just throw the football into. And he's like, I watched Mallory kick a soccer ball into the hole.
Okay.
And I went over to him like, $20, you can do it again. Just being a fun dad.
Yeah.
She did it. And then he's like, she was at 2 in a row. And I said, $50 if you do it 5 more times. And she did it. And he was like, okay, this is different.
Yeah.
Then they started to put her in like different camps and kind of separate her at 10 years old. Because he thought the same thing. He's like, it's just a girl playing soccer. How fun is this? And she has this elite skill. By 11, 1 year after that, she was already on the radar of Team USA.
Wow.
Where they told her at 11 years old, by the time you're 17, you'll be on this roster. And guess what she was? On that roster by 17.
That's very cool. Now, the story of kicking the ball into the football net, there's a few aspects of that showed she was going to be something athletically, right? The ability to do the skill to do it, very cool. The competitiveness of, you just want to keep throwing it out there, like 4, 5, however many you want. But then the other part is, there's a no choke factor. Like, you're 10 years old. You have $50 riding on it.
You might as well be a millionaire.
Right, exactly. Most people would do like the U.S. Goaltender and just stub their toe into the ground. Right. Not her. She just drills it again. Because it's not just the physical part. That's a big piece of it, obviously. But the mental part of being an athlete at that kind of level is so huge. So that is a very cool story.
I was so impressed by it. And then, telling me she's married to a Major League Baseball player in Dansby there. And some of this, he's like, they have this house with a 2-bedroom apartment above the garage. I'm like, I lived in a studio apartment most of my adult life.
Their place above the garage is
bigger than my apartment my whole life. Yeah. So with that in mind, I thought it might be fun. Now, I don't have kids. You have kids that are grown and have done it and still do it. I do have a nephew that also is real deep into soccer. On Wednesday night, I saw my nephew Emerson be engaged at a rate that I just didn't think the kid would ever have, to be honest. I mean, James, they're doing a soccer move where they do the bug squash move, step on it and then move the other way to get rid of the defender, right? Cute little name for 5- and 6-year-olds. He's not only doing it, then they break off into groups and start playing 4-on-4. When he's off on the side waiting for his turn to get on the pitch, he's like, do the bug squash move. Dribble past him. He's 5. And I'm like, I also watched the dude cry. He had several DNPs in basketball, player's decision. He just didn't want to play.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, okay, this is the kid that he is. Sports on his bag.
Yeah.
And then he gets out on the soccer field and is going nuts, winning matches. My sister said he didn't score a goal, so he's a lot like you. The rest of the night is ruined. And I was like, hell yeah.
Yes.
I like that.
I love that. That's
so
fantastic.
For today, with Mallory Pugh, my nephew, and I know you have kids that have done it and you've been a big part of it, instead of our biggest accomplishments, how about our kids? Or nieces, nephews, if you're someone like me that doesn't have any kids yet, then I have my nephew that I can draw experiences off of. So what's your biggest kid moment? You can share that with us on the text line, 303-713-1043, as well as our YouTube page, youtube.com/DenverSports.
All right.
Anything pop up right away?
Yeah, I mean, with all three of them, my kids are 20, 17, and 14. My oldest was a gymnast at a pretty high level.
Nice.
So we would travel to, San Diego or Houston or wherever the meets were, and he would compete against these kids from all over the nation. And, there would be inevitably, for whatever reason, we would always start on vault, and he'd always botch the vault. And you're like, we flew all this way in 30 seconds in, and we're out.
Did you ever hit the chest? Remember the video of that? Ooh!
for the overall. But he would end up winning, an event or two, and it's like, all right, that's pretty cool. And the reason he even got put in gymnastics was he was 5 or 6, and he was the ring bearer in his mom's little sister's wedding. So we're at the reception, right? And you're just kind of hanging out, and he's in his little gray tuxedo. And we look out on the dance floor, and he's out there walking around on his hands.
Oh, my God. What?
What is he doing?
How'd you learn that?
Exactly. I've never seen him do this in the house, but now he's doing it in a tuxedo in front of, 100 people or whatever. So then it was like, maybe we ought to take him somewhere. So he goes to this little gymnastics place, and they come up to his mom and like, you maybe should take him somewhere a little better than us.
He's above this skill set.
So it turned into this place where he had to go to a certain school up north where they would let him leave at 1:30 every day.
Oh, really?
Because he had gymnastics from 2 to 6 every day.
Whoa, dude.
So it taught him a great work ethic.
Yeah.
It's one of those things as he played football in high school, kind of like Lynn Swan doing ballet back in the day. It really taught him how to
agile.
Be flexible and control his body and all that kind of stuff. So most of his, cool moments because I was coaching him in flag football and stuff like that. But Gymnastics for him was probably the top one. My middle son, he'll be a senior at Broomfield. Now, I don't know that this is 100% true, but this is what I've been told. Now, partially this is kind of, there's an asterisk because Broomfield was a 3-year high school for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And now it's a 4-year high school. I believe this year he has a chance to become the first person to ever get 4 letters in football and basketball.
Oh, that's right. You were telling me that last week. That's awesome.
Which is cool. There's a little bit of asterisk to it because he tore his ACL last year in football, so he didn't actually play a minute in basketball, but he still lettered because he was at practice and whatever. So that one's cool. And my little one, he's 14. He's going into high school.
Does he play football also?
Plays football. Plays, has mostly been flag, but I coached him the last 3 years in tackle.
Yeah.
And we had some fun moments. So for me and him, the best one was winning the championship, winning the Carnation Bowl, and when in 7th grade.
Yeah.
That was very cool. I was the coach. He was on the team. It's one of those things where you're kind of sitting there and you're like, I'm putting way too much emphasis on 7th grade football.
yeah.
But it also was like, other than the 3 of them being born, probably the best day of my life.
Right.
So that was cool. So yeah, man, it's a fun run, and being able to watch your kids compete in whatever. Gymnastics was actually cool because I knew nothing about it.
Yeah. So you're kind of learning as you go.
Yeah, and I not that I'm this dad anyway, but it's not like I can give him pointers. Here's how you need to do that.
You're like, I saw you walking on your hands. Let me show you a little how I would do it.
Right. Exactly. Like I was the guy that I could do the log roll.
Yeah.
And then a somersault maybe. And that was it.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to sit up in the stands here and enjoy it. So
that's another part of it. Of like, I'll ask you and texters to join in on it too. Of like, how do you handle the defeat with your children? You just let them sit in it, or I think I've told you the story. I'll quickly do it again. I coached the same group of basketball kids from 4th grade to 7th grade. And, starting 4th grade, they're barely keeping score. It's about fundamentals and all that's fun. We get into 7th grade, there's a tournament, there's a first-place finisher, all that stuff. We go undefeated through the regular season. First round of the playoffs, we get the worst team. A 7th grade kid, heaves it this way, and it goes in at the buzzer. We lose. The kids are crying. The parents are crying. The dad's like, what are you going to tell the kids? And I'm like, I'm trying not to cry, bro. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to say now.
Man.
Like, how do you handle that part of it is crazy, too.
I've had those post-game speeches where it's like, I have to keep my composure. I have to talk in front of these 22, 13-year-olds and tell them life goes on. And, it kind of depends on how you lose, right? Like, if you get blown out, that's different than you're dealing with this absolute heartbreak.
That's what I'm like, guys, that's a 1 in a million. That's never going to happen to you again.
You go with that, and then I always go with reason I love sports is because you get life lessons, right? Like, you learn how to work as a team, how hard work pays off. Here's a really harsh life lesson, fellas. Life's not fair. Like, you guys played well enough to win today. You probably should have won, and you didn't. There are going to be times you deserve the promotion. You're not going to get it. You really bring out your A game, and she says no to you for a date and goes out with the other guy, right? That's just how life's going to go. So, take this feeling in, remember it, do everything you can to not put yourself in a position to have this happen again, and then just know it's going to. Yeah. All right, let's have some orange slices.
That's right. Yeah.
That's kind of the speech.
Yeah, have a drink. We're going to be all right.
Right.
You never know. One night she's going to meet Linus Clays out at a bar, and it's over for you. Who knows?
Life's not fair.
All right, so let's have some fun with that to kick off a Friday with Tribe Roll Call as well. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck? I want to have a Broncos conversation with you, James. I was reading the Denver Post the other day, and I saw something our buddy Troy Rank wrote about Sean Payton's struggles on early down specifically, 1st and 2nd down. Is that something that first-time play caller Davis Webb just fixes upon arrival? Let's talk about it coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hey, it's Mike Evans with all these Bluebird days in Colorado. Enjoy the view through energy-efficient windows from Bluebird Windows and Doors. Through July, it's their Buy More, Save More event. Save up to 20% on your window and door projects. And when you mention you heard it from me, you'll save an extra 5%. Bluebird's family-owned, serving the Front Range for over a decade with windows, doors, and siding built for Colorado's harsh climate. Financing is available. Visit gobluebirdco.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird day.
House calls? It's 2026. Doctors and lawyers don't make house calls anymore, right? Not true, actually. At 303 Law 4040, we always tell you about how we want to meet with you in person. Now, generally that means, yes, you come and meet my lovely wife, Kimberly, and I in our Denver Tech Center offices. But sometimes you're hurt, you're seriously injured. You're either still in the hospital or you can't move around, you don't have a car yet. And it's important to get a plan in place quickly when these things happen. So we'll come out, we'll do a house call. Heck, we had one house call recently. The dog came out and took a little ride in the DeLorean. It was fantastic. I'll bring the DeLorean into the house, but we're here to help. And actually, my lovely wife, Kimberly, says that's one of the best parts of the job is when we get to spend time together in somebody's living room, helping them out as they're in a tough spot because they were injured in an accident. So if you need us, go ahead, save that number in your phone, 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
One Wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, it's my buddy James Merrill that's sitting in for Cecil Lammy today. Cecil's going to be back on a Monday. We're fired up for a Friday, a weekend, and a week from today. Or no, I guess it's 2 weeks from today, right? My days are all screwed up, James. 2 weeks from today, we are out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, for the first time for day one of training camp. So I know it feels a little bit of ways, especially for what we do and having a great Still, what, 40 hours of content for me before
Yeah.
the Broncos comes around, but it's here. It's just right around the corner.
No, and I'm to the point now where I'm excited about it, right? Like after the All-Star break in baseball, not that I really care about the All-Star game. Home Run Derby was awesome,
Yeah.
but All-Star game was terrible. But that's sort of the line of demarcation of like, okay, summer from our standpoint is kind of over. It's almost kind of over for kids now. They go back to school early. And now it's time to start turning the page. So when I was sitting in yesterday and Will was here, we had Mike Kliss on. And all of a sudden it was like, all right, what are our top storylines? Like what are we thinking about? Like it moved into that stuff versus free agency and the draft and all the other offseason conversations that we'd had. So yeah, man, I'm excited about it. And I think if you look back, like obviously the 4 training camps that Manning was here, we were pumped up about all those.
Yeah.
The first year after he retired, they're the defending Super Bowl champs. Let's see what they got. Let's see what they can do.
We talked ourselves into Simeon, right?
Correct. People don't remember this, but the first year of Russ, there was a lot of hype going into training camp. And then, maybe the first year of Sean. But this is as excited I've been about training camp since Peyton Manning retired. Because they are a legitimate Super Bowl contender. Doesn't mean they're going to go. Doesn't mean I'm predicting that. But, like, barring an injury to their quarterback, really, it's the only guy that could throw that off. Barring an injury to Bo Nix, they should be flirting with the 1 seed, flirting with the AFC West, and then flirting with the Super Bowl. We haven't been able to say that honestly, if you're not just looking through orange-colored glasses, in so long. That's why I'm fired up about it.
Especially, July 17th. Like, they're a top-tier AFC team. They should be considered a top-tier NFL team. I think I kind of want to give them the 6-week gauntlet before I figure that part out. And really the whole landscape of the NFL, you give them about a 5-6 week period and you go, all right, these guys are starting to separate themselves. We'll see if the Broncos are there. But yeah, it's the first time in July in maybe 10 years. Really, I guess Payton, right? You're talking about when he arrived, you're like, okay, he makes them a top-tier team, but for the first time since Payton was around. So I'm reading around and doing my show prep. I hit DenverSports.com. I go read the Gazette and the Post and all that good stuff. And I saw something from our buddy Troy Rank. We're talking about Sean struggling on early downs, which isn't a huge mystery, right? I think we all watched the games and understood that. I had a major problem with how they started the second half. When Sean's like, nope, we have to get the ball to start the second half, and then they lose 3 yards and punt. I'm like, well, what the hell was the point of that, Mr. Payton? So I like that Troy's kind of looking at that. And inside the article, he writes their 30-second pre-snap motion because of those long-ass play calls, and you're just not having time to get there. 26 pre-snap penalties on offense. How do you do that in 17 games?
That's unacceptable.
With a coach like Sean Payton that's disciplined. That has to be better. And then on 3rd and 1s, 15 times that turned into 3rd and 5.
15 third and 1s?
15 times it turned into 3rd and 5. That's absolutely unacceptable. How do you get better on the early downs? I don't know that I can just go, well, Davis Webb's going to fix that. That's kind of have to wait and see, TBD kind of situation. But if there is somewhat of a running identity on this, you coached Little League football. I think it's pretty simple there. I believe, and I don't care if it's predictable or not, because if you're good at something, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, and I'll still beat your ass while I do it.
Yeah.
Run the football on first down about 99% of the time.
Yeah,
maybe I'll go to 90%.
Maybe not quite that percentage,
sure.
but I hear where you're going with it. And what it really needs to become is, well, what's their bread and butter? What do they do? What are they great at?
You need 5 yards? Here's what we do to get it.
Yeah, and the obviously the offense that they had with Peyton Manning when they set all the records was phenomenal. That was sort of like a video game, though.
Yeah.
Like their best all-around offense they had was 1998 when TD ran for 2,000 yards. And if they had 3rd and 1, everybody in the building knew who was getting the football, and you might as well go ahead and move the chains.
Yeah.
Right? So
it was the Broncos version of tush push. Move the chains, it's a first down.
But they had something that was their bread and butter, something they were great at, something they could lean on in those types of situations. Part of the problem with the 3rd and 1, if the Broncos have 3rd and 1, what are they calling? What are they doing? I don't know.
No idea.
And I think that's part of Sean Payton's problem as a play caller of it's really difficult when you have your whole sheet of like, are we running it here? Are we throwing
Which
it
he
here?
mentioned, right? He's like, there's so many options, and I get through it, and I'm at 10 seconds left, and I don't know what to do.
Exactly. He's sitting there reading the Cheesecake Factory menu, and he has no idea what to go with. That's why it takes so long. So I think that's part of it. You have to kind of establish your identity, and I know that sounds cliche, but that's just figuring out what are we great at? What do we do when the game is on the line. How do we convert in those kind of situations? The other part of it is, I do think, and I believe he would agree with this. It's why he gave up play calling duties. It's why he said what he said before the Buffalo game. It's why he said repeatedly during the offseason about how, hey, at 62, I'm not the same play caller I was at 42. Sean Payton is a play caller since he's come back from his 1-year retirement. You would think 1 year away. I mean, it's hard to get it back. He looks like Jamie Moyer when he was pitching for the Rockies.
Yeah.
Like he just doesn't have any. It doesn't have a fastball.
The best part of the Jamie Moyer pitching appearance is when they show his wife in the stands.
I wasn't going to say it, but you're so right. But like every once in a while, Jamie Moyer was still crafty. He'd get guys out. He'd come up with something like, man, that guy knows how to pitch. Doesn't have a great fastball, but he knows how to pitch. Every once in a while, Sean will draw something up. I talked about this yesterday a lot of the Nate Atkins had 2 touchdowns. They were both on the, at least that I remember off the top of my head, same play where he's lined up on the right side playing tight end. He blocks to the right. They forget about him because, first of all, they're not paying attention to him anyway.
It's Nate Atkins.
If you watch him for a half a second and he's blocking and you're the linebacker or he's your assignment, you're looking somewhere else. And then he releases and drags all the way across the field and he's wide open for an easy throw. Like Sean Payton still got that. He can still pitch, but he doesn't have the fastball. So I don't know that Davis Webb's going to be a great play caller. I can be optimistic. I can be hopeful. I think there are reasons to believe he can be, but nobody knows. But I do think if Sean Payton can just focus on the stuff that he still does well and let somebody else do those things that he doesn't do well, which is quick decisions, be thinking ahead, right? Part of it is I think Sean Payton got into the kind of the habit of like, I'm watching the play, and then once the play's over and I see the down and distance, now I'm looking at my play sheet. Like, you got to be thinking that before the snap of that play. You're thinking about the next play. Like, it's just sort of getting into that rhythm. So
I mean, it almost should be like if you're an elite play caller and knowing your system and players, you're going, here's the play on 2nd and 7. We're going to gain 5 yards. So what do I call it 3rd and 2?
Correct. Exactly. And then part of it is, the chess checkers thing of Kyle Shanahan of like, I'm going to call this run that I know is probably going to lose 2 yards.
Yeah.
But it's setting up this pass play that I want to run in 2 quarters. Right? It's like that's the next level of like setting things up that I think if Sean is more 30,000-foot view guy, I think he can help with that of, hey, remember, we got to set up that play that we want to run in the second half. Oh, yeah, okay, thanks. Like, that kind of communication. My hope is that that's what Sean does. So I think that part of it will be better. I think that'll speed up the getting the play in and not having time at the line of scrimmage to make adjustments because that has been a huge issue. The 3rd and 1 portion of it, though, I think that's they don't know what they want to do in that situation. I also look at that and go, is that an offensive line issue? Because I do feel like that happens a lot where the Broncos have 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1, 4th and 2 in the AFC title game, and guys just go through unblocked. And this is a very expensive offensive line. I like Bolsey a lot.
Yeah, and the analytic guys will tell you they're great.
Yeah, I like Ben Powers a lot. I like Wattenberg. I think Quinn Miners is maybe the most overrated player on this team.
Oh, wow.
and then I think McGlinchey is underappreciated because he solved something that was a 10-year – that was a longer riddle here than the quarterback, trying to find a right tackle. But how is that happening? We're 3rd and 1, 15 times turned into 3rd and 5
That's crazy.
Or worse.
It's to me of like, is Davis Webb going to be Adam Gase in 2013 and the numbers you're talking about? I'm not going to bank on that.
No.
Is he going to be Pat Shurmur? I don't think he's going to be that either. What's the healthy balance that creates an identity for the Denver Broncos is something in 2 weeks from today we hope that we get to start finding out. All right, we'll revisit that conversation because there's more to that about the identity that I want to get into with James a little later. But first, I do want to talk a little Abs and Nuggets, actually. Both numbers are out. Abs point total over-under is set. The Nuggets win total is out there. So which team's going to hit the mark? Which won't? That conversation's next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
There's a difference between the cameras you buy at Home Depot and the cameras Vantage installs. Consumer cameras give you a grainy silhouette. Vantage cameras can read a license plate at the end of your driveway with full color night vision, 24/7 recording, and no monthly subscription fees, so you never miss a thing. Invest in real security for your home. Schedule a free Vantage Threat Zone Analysis report for your property. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit VSSIColorado.com today.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Men, if your energy is down, your workouts aren't producing results, you're gaining stubborn weight, losing muscle, sleeping poorly, or just not feeling like yourself anymore, it may be more than just aging. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Our low T and body composition treatments are designed to help men regain energy, improve focus, sleep better, build lean muscle, reduce unwanted fat, and restore confidence both in and out of the gym. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we specialize in helping men optimize their health, performance, and vitality. Using personalized medical treatments tailored to your health and goals, many men begin noticing improvements in energy, mental clarity, recovery, motivation, libido, and overall body composition within just a few weeks. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, PSA and T-test, and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
The Sherwin-Williams Summer Sale is here. Get 30% off select paints and stains or 35% off our newest product, Emerald Symmetry, July 17th through the 27th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on The Fan. LA faces New York in baseball action starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is HIT. H-I-T. Text HIT to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's HIT to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, we're having some fun on a Friday here. James Marilat sitting in for Cecil Lammy. We're asking you guys, what are the biggest accomplishments you've watched your kids do? If you don't have any kids like me, your nieces, nephews can suffice, cousins, whatever. the case may be. I'm seeing a text from my guy Rich up at the courts in North Glen. This is my dude. I don't know if you've been to the courts in North Glen.
Oh, yeah.
They're unbelievable. He runs the joint.
Okay.
And his daughter is a hooper. His daughter Ryan won back-to-back state championships at Roosevelt. Now she's was first team All-State. Now plays for the University of San Diego. I think she was recovering from a pretty significant injury, Rich, if I remember last time we chatted. But she can hoop. I think his son is balling too. And they have the best facility in the whole north side of Colorado. So they're doing all right.
Awesome. I have spent many a Saturday and Sunday there watching basketball tournaments.
I believe is it Friday or Mondays? Old guys hoop Monday or Friday afternoons up there too. I can never go because of work, but
that's
good runs.
I mean, from what it appears like when I'm there, they're doing a brisk business. They're doing just fine.
They're doing all right. So, Rich, good hearing from you. Appreciate you hitting us up. Zach's out in Brighton today. One of my best uncle moments was watching my niece throw a game-winning touchdown on our high school flag football team. That's pretty badass, too.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I had that. I got to experience that last year. Broomfield was playing Legacy. They're down like 4 late in the game. They have 4th down at like their 8-yard line, and my son has to roll to the left, and last second throw hits his buddy in the back of the end zone for the game-winning touchdown.
Yeah, he's a hero then.
That was pretty cool.
So keep the text coming. Really cool seeing all these guys. Don't forget, throw your name on the end of your text so that you can get a little love. His son played football at South Dakota Mines. Oh, I like that. Colorado School Mines is an employer of mine and always representing the Ore Diggers. Nephew played at the University of South Dakota and is now at Steelers camp.
Wow.
And this is Stu checking in. So he's
cool.
got good stuff going on in his bloodline.
Yeah, that's great.
I mean, even if I always like that's funny. Like, would you get a training camp invite? Yeah, and you should be proud of that for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I love when people are like, oh, he just had a cup of coffee with the Broncos. Well, have you?
Right. John Matoka, who was a Mines quarterback, got invited to like an OTA once. I was like, oh, come on. The dude is a Division III quarterback and just got invited to the Broncos camp.
That would be such an unbelievable day. If my NFL career consisted of 1 hour of getting to wear the helmet and all the gear, and I'm out there on the practice field, and Sean Payton's watching me, great. Mission accomplished, right?
I've played in 2 basketball media games at Nuggets. A few, you did it too, the Rapids media stuff.
Yep.
We thought we were pros those days.
Exactly. You're down on the actual pitch.
They made jerseys with our names on it. You know?
You go to your locker. It's got your name and your number up on it. It was phenomenal.
Now, we embarrassed the hell out of ourselves when the game started.
Correct.
But in the beginning, we felt pretty good. All right, so keep those texts coming. We're having some fun with that. Accomplishments of the kids, nieces, nephews, the family out there. James, I was getting ready for the show yesterday, saw 2 numbers that jumped out to me that's I thought, all right, let's have this conversation. Win total for the Nuggets, point total for the Colorado Avalanche. The Nuggets win total set at 49.5. The Avs point total is 107.5. The Nuggets won 54 games last year thanks to a pretty good stretch post All-Star break, and the Avs set an Avalanche franchise record at 121 points. I don't think the Avs are going to win 121 points. I don't know if anybody cares about the President's Trophy anymore or what that brings or any sort of joy that you get out of that. No, I don't think they're going to get 121 points. The Avalanche are probably going to be the first or second best team in their division, the first, second, or third best team in their entire conference. But at 121, I don't think so. I love the number at 107.5. I think they kind of live right there. And I'm going to go under at like 110, 111, 112, right in that, or excuse me, that'd be over, I guess, for the Colorado Avalanche because they still have Nathan McKinnon. You still have Gabe Landeskog. Marty Nachos, who doesn't do jack in the postseason, is real good in the regular season.
Yep.
So Cale Makar is going to be coming off of the richest deal in NHL history, probably feeling like there's some sort of let me show y'all why you did this for him. So, yeah, they're going to be a really, really good hockey team. So give me the over on that. And while all that's going to be fun, and I love the names that we just got to list off, none of it even matters until May anyway.
It doesn't. It doesn't at all. Now, the other thing about the Avs is there are 2 more games this year, so there are 4 more points at play, so that helps you hit the over. So I would lean toward the over on 107.5. I don't think they're getting anywhere near 121. And frankly, I don't care if they do.
Yeah. You almost don't want them to, right?
No.
In a weird way.
They could go 84-0. 84-0, and I wouldn't care. It all depends on what you do in April, May, and June. Nothing else matters with that team. With the Nuggets, the 49.5, and let's go under the assumption, because right now he hasn't left, that Peyton Watson is back. This is a team that won 54 games when they had 7 guys who were going to be reevaluated in 4 weeks. They missed a ton of time collectively, and it wasn't just bottom of the roster guys. It was Jokic, it was AG, it was Christian Brown, it was Cam Johnson. Like, really everybody other than Jamal missed significant time during the season, and they still won 54 games, and Nikola Jokic is still on this roster. I'll believe it when I see it that they don't win 50 games. Now, I don't know that they get to 55, 56, 57, flirt with the most wins in franchise history, but, man, and I get it. There was a terrible performance against the Timberwolves in the postseason, and that's the last image we have of this team. But if they run it all back, and it's basically the same thing, Tim Hardaway Jr.'s gone, Big Val's gone, but other than that, it's the same group. They're not going to win 50 games? I find that hard to believe.
Same.
I really do.
I'm almost with you. Like, hey, Nikola Jokic is on the team. Until he's 36 years old, the team he's on is going to win 50 games.
And I heard the fellas yesterday afternoon talking about it, like, hey, the Western Conference has gotten better. Okay, I get it. And, hey, you're not going to have teams like Utah who are intentionally trying to lose. Okay, I get it. I'm also going to bet on the fact that they don't have 7 guys miss a month.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe that's a foolish bet because this is the team that, doesn't invest in the margins and training and, all the stuff that goes into that is someplace where they could overspend and choose not to. And maybe that's why they have so many injuries, maybe not. But I just don't think that's going to happen. You also still play in Denver. You still got all these East Coast teams that are coming in here after they played in Golden State the night before. They arrive at 3 a.m.
Most of those trips include Utah and Denver.
Correct. It's the 6th game of a 6-game road trip, and they just want to get on a bird after the game and go home, and you get quote-unquote free wins, at least as much as you can in professional basketball. There's still a lot of those, too. So I think they're going to win 50-plus games. I really do. Even though I'm not super bullish on the Nuggets by any means, I don't see them falling by 6+ games this coming season. I just don't.
Yeah, I'm with you. Nikola Jokic alone. Like, Jokic on the team, over on that one. With the Avalanche, the added games makes it even easier for me to go, yeah, it's an over on that. And by the way, if they're trending in the under direction, I already told you they'll fire David Adelman before New Year's Eve. I don't know how they would handle it with Jared Bednar. I don't know the whole workings of coaching staff there or who they might trust, but if they're trending in the wrong direction, there'll be some significant changes or conversations happening before New Year's Eve.
I would agree with that. Here's my concern about an in-season coaching change for either team. The logical move at that point is you just promote somebody from the bench, which then becomes, well, then they're going to become the permanent coach, which continues a pattern of Rockies-esque not interviewing anybody outside the building. Like, if you interview all the best candidates and you're like, you know what, this guy who went 7-7 in the playoffs and took the eventual champs to 7 games, he was the best guy we talked to. Okay, we'll stick with David Adelman. But interview someone else.
Right.
So, I haven't made it a secret that I think Jared Bednar should be gone. I think he's woefully underachieved during his tenure as Avs head coach. I think he's gone in the last 7-8 years as the prohibitive favorite. They've won. They've gotten to the West Conference Finals twice, but only won a game in the West Conference Finals one time. That was the year they won the Cup. Outside of that, they've been a big disappointment. But even me, who thinks he should be gone, throws in the caveat of, it depends on who they're replacing him with.
Yeah.
If they're just bringing some guy down from the Eagles, or they're just moving his assistant down the bench, what's the point? That doesn't make any sense. If you want to go out and talk to this year's version of John Tortorella, okay, then now we've got a different conversation. So that would be my worry about an in-season change. You really have no option there. I mean, I know the Nuggets fired Jeff Bezelic and brought in George Karl back in the day during the season, so you can do it. It's just not normally what happens, and that's a little bit of a worry to me.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. Sometimes with your crazy coach talk, I'm like, hey, you got a dart in your neck, man. But with Jared Bednar, I have no pushback for anything that you just said.
And, they're going to let him be a lame duck coach. You and I did this show last week, and you said something that the light bulb went on for me. Of like, we always just say you can't be a lame duck coach.
Please, I encourage people to be lame ducks.
Why? and until you said that, it never had crossed my mind. And then when you said it, I'm like, that is the most painfully obvious correct statement ever. Like, and you nailed it. And I never had thought of it.
It's just tradition for the sake of tradition.
Right.
I don't get it.
You know who came up with that? Coaches. Who wanted extensions before they, like, he should go be the lame duck coach. Go prove it. If you have a good season, you'll get a new contract. If you don't, they can fire you and not have to pay you for not working.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense to me.
All the boxes add up. Everything adds up in a row there.
Yeah.
All right, I want to get into a couple things, James. I'm actually considering doing something this weekend that I have not done in Oh, God, it might be close to a decade, and it's one of our local teams are involved. I'll share the details on that coming up next.
The Nuggets got bounced in the first round, and instead of fixing the roster, they've spent this offseason chasing LeBron James, a 41-year-old who, according to Shams Charania, doesn't even have Denver on his short list. Meanwhile, Payton Watson is still unsigned. Wing defenders are vanishing off the market, and Jokic just pushed his extension to next year. So is the LeBron dream holding this team hostage? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This July, make the most of summer adventures in the all-new 2026 Honda Passport from Champ Honda. Designed for drivers who want capability without compromise, the Passport is equally at home on Colorado back roads, weekend camping trips, or your daily drive across town. At Champ Honda, buying is just as easy, thanks to their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, giving you a transparent price, a single advisor, and a faster, more enjoyable experience. Plus, Champ Honda never charges dealer handling fees.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
Denver Deck Builders can absolutely build you a great deck, but as their owner, Ron Gibbs, explained to me, they can do so much more.
Well, sometimes people will want a roof over it. Sometimes they'll want a kitchen, hot tub. But whatever the family needs are, the bottom line is they're wanting to spend time outside in a little bit different environment than their kitchen table. They're with their kids, their friends, and they're enjoying building relationships and building memories.
Start planning your dreams with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
Tom's Garage Door, Tom's Garage Door. When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
I started my first business at 12 years old, mowing lawns for about $5 a yard. I thought I was crushing it until my buddy down the street undercut me by $2. But he didn't just cut the price, he cut corners too. That's when I learned if you do the job right, people trust you, and integrity beats profit. People care more about how you show up and whether you do what you say you're gonna do. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Doors. From garage door repairs to upgrades, we show up, we crush it, and we stand behind every job. We only use the best parts, and the spring's guaranteed to last a lifetime. Because when you care about the people you serve, you work harder, and it shows. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Doors today or schedule online at donsgaragedoors.com. And yeah, we still beat the other guy.
Tom's Garage Doors, Tom's Garage Doors. When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, you avoiding photos, not feeling confident in your clothes anymore? Maybe you just don't feel like yourself. At Colorado Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days. It's time to get your confidence back. Schedule a free consultation call at coloradofatloss.com. Results may vary.
Anything that distracts you while driving is dangerous. Driving while texting can be deadly. So put it down. It can wait. Shift into safe. Don't drive distracted. A message from the Colorado Department of Transportation.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, this feels real Cecil-y, but no Cecil today.
This is one of the songs where he's like, who's that? I did. Where are you, Cecil?
That's Alex playing one of Cecil's jams. He's out today, back next week. James Marilat sitting in for Cecil Lammy, and we're having some fun. We're asking you guys, what are your kids' biggest sports accomplishments? Perhaps it's a niece, nephew. That's okay as well. Our guy Calvin in Kentucky, he's one of our A1s from day one. He texts us on the RamosLaw.com text line, says the kid scored a game-winning goal in the recent tournament. They won the whole thing. He's now 12, and now he's playing against some kids from your neck of the woods over in Indy there. I bet you that's a nice little rivalry, Kentucky-Indy soccer rivalry. Calvin, appreciate you sharing that one. That's a good one.
No doubt.
All right, keep them coming. Text line 303-713-1043. Thanks to Ramos Law. Our YouTube page is always open, youtube.com/DenverSports. Participate in Tribe Chat. Thanks to our friends over at Champ Honda. All right, I want to talk about two things. We've got the golf tournament on here, the British Open going down, and I did, driving home from the golf course yesterday, tuned in to hear you and Will chatting a little bit about that, so I want to get in that in just a second. But first, I'm considering doing something this weekend that I haven't done, and I was trying to think of the timeline. It's going to sound bad, but it might be more than 10 years that I haven't bought a Rockies ticket, a Rockies baseball game ticket in about 10 years. And to be honest, it might be more than that. I think I started working with you in like 2011.
Okay.
Ish. And I'm not sure I've bought
15 years
Rockies tickets since then.
Well, there hasn't been a lot of reasons to buy one.
And we do get hookups and things like that.
We do.
And it's the perk of the business.
So you've been to a game, you just haven't paid for a
Exactly.
ticket.
I go a lot. I guess I shouldn't go a lot. Not like Jake Shapiro type, but I'll go to a few games every year. It's the one sporting event that my lady really enjoys going to. Hockey and baseball is what she loves to go to live. Hockey for beer and dogs and or hockey for fights. And baseball for beers and dogs.
Yep. Which I'm with her on that. That's fun. I don't think I've been to a Rockies game post COVID.
Really?
I've been to Coors Field.
Okay.
But it was for the Savannah Bananas.
Oh, which was probably awesome.
It was
right?
fun. It was a ton of fun. Although their 15 minutes are officially up with their performance at the ESPYs. I'm done with them.
That's awesome, right?
They're out. I don't think I've been to Coors Field. I don't remember the last time I bought a Rockies ticket.
Wow. So I've reached out to the people we have and go, hey, is there any free tickets? Again, they're playing the Reds this weekend. I grew up liking the Reds. I thought Barry Larkin was the greatest baseball player ever for me. I wanted to be Barry Larkin when I grew up. So they're playing the Reds, and there's some nostalgia of that. When my dad's in a city where the Reds are visiting, he'll go and send some pics, and we'll always grab a hat or something like that. So now that they're in my city, my dad doesn't live here anymore. I'm like, let me go show my dad. I'm keeping the tradition alive. We didn't have any here. I text a couple other people that you and I know.
The Reds tickets are all gone?
That's what I thought, too.
What?
But then I text two more people that we know. That I'm like, yeah, this guy for sure is going to give me tickets. No go. He's like, I already gave them to family members, which is fine. So I go online, and, you can get your $7 ticket still. You can get your $47 ticket still, whatever you want. But I'm in this spot of like, do I pay for Rockies tickets tonight or tomorrow night?
Here's how long it's been since I've paid for a Rockies ticket. This is a legitimate question. Do they still do will call tickets, or is it all digital now? It's got to all be digital, right? Like if you buy a ticket at Rockies.com,
it goes
just
to your
comes
phone.
to your phone and your wallet. Like,
Okay,
it's so long ago that the last time I bought tickets, I had to go pick up physical tickets at Will Call.
So you order them and then show your ID. I'm James.
Yes. Right there on Blake Street.
Does anyone under the age of 21 actually know what Will Call is?
I don't know. That's a great question.
Because I remember what it is, but I guarantee you if I walked up to like a 20-year-old right now and I was like, oh, are those tickets on Will Call? They'd look at me like I was crazy.
Exactly. But as I was saying, I'm like, well, this is a stupid question. Of course they're digital. Everything is. But that's how long ago it was that I bought a Rockies ticket. I think you should. I actually think they're a fairly entertaining team.
Mm-hmm.
They've got some young players that I think are worthy of going down and watching them and supporting them. The record doesn't really matter at this point, even though it's significantly improved. And I don't mind supporting a losing team if they're trending in the right direction, if they seem to care, if they're making moves that make sense. So going out and hiring Paul DePodesta, I think, made a ton of sense. Not only is it going out to the organization for the first time since 1999, it's going and getting somebody who was at the heart of Moneyball that thinks differently, because whatever the philosophy is they're going to come up with that's going to succeed at Coors Field, it's going to be different. You're going to have to think different than the other 29 teams. So I like that. I like Warren Schaefer. I think Bud Black, super nice guy, but talk about just cashing checks and not caring. It'd be tough to go down and care about every single game as the manager when you're going to lose 100 times. Like that's soul crushing. Warren Schaefer's a young guy. I think he's up for it. Like there are reasons to go buy it. It's going to be a beautiful weekend. The Reds,
Ellie De La Cruz, you get to see some of that stuff. Like there's some 1-star power over there.
So you grew up rooting for Larkin. Was like Eric Davis that era?
Yep.
Okay.
First sporting event I ever went to, Lou Piniella was the manager of the Reds back in the day.
Okay.
God, I always forget the guy's name and have to ask my old man. But somebody hits a home run for the Reds. He rounds the bases, and then they call it foul. Lou Piniella threw, I'm pretty sure, every bat that was in the dugout onto the field, came out, dug up first, second, and third base, and threw them into the outfield. And then fans started throwing stuff. And that's my first sports event memory.
That's phenomenal.
Of like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing I've ever been a part of.
They don't have manager tirades like that anymore.
He literally threw every bat onto the field.
And throwing like the big bucket of bubble gum, and they just go everywhere. So like you grew up rooting for like Chris Sabo.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. No, I especially because you've got the connection to the Reds growing up.
And by the way, most of my family in Indiana still loves the Reds. Like lives and breathes by what the Reds do.
This is a no-brainer. Now, don't buy the $47 tickets.
No.
Buy 2 $7 tickets. Walk around. Go to the party deck. Find some random seats that happen to be open. Kind of, sit in 4 or 5 different places. But you're in the building, the two of you, for $14.
Yeah, and having a good time. The other thing I try to do this with the lady, and it's worked with Bo and Nikola Jokic, is like I try to get her like heartstrings attached to a player, so that then when we're watching the games, she has something to be engaged about.
Yeah.
She loves Bo Nix, and she loves the story and his wife and their new kid and all the stuff, like, the normal stuff.
Sure.
And she loves Nikola being the Serbian that didn't know English and the kind of fat guy, and now he's this. So that's why I'm like, if I take her to the game Saturday night, there's 2 reasons. One of our texters is all over it. They're giving out Rockies hat with hot dogs all over it, and I just think that's cool. I want one of those hats.
Okay.
And if I can get her of like a Karros, a Rumfield, of one of these younger guys of like, hey, get with that guy, because she hates watching baseball on TV. And I've gotten more into it this year than I have over the last 5 years, but I can get her to be like, well, no, your guy's playing.
Who's the guy, though?
I don't know.
Because it's got to be someone that has kind of a fun story that she can, latch onto. And you don't want to sell her on Hunter Goodman, and he gets traded in a week. Well, that was silly. Now she wants to root for the Yankees, right? So it's got to be who's going to be around, at least for a while. So I don't know necessarily who that would be.
Yeah, I think Cole Carrick's one of those guys. Like I said, Rumfeld, Kev's been all over for the year, and he's been a stud as a rookie.
Karros is kind of a fun story, right? His dad played for the Dodgers. Like, there's that connection. That might be a fun way to go. Okay. No, I think you definitely should. I think it's something
like we go and we pick together, like, here's the guy and here's why.
I think you should also, just as research for the show, try to go pick your tickets up at Will Call.
See what they say. Do you still have to, and now this may be, usually they're just sitting there for us when you walk in, but like, do young guys that get day of media badges have to go to Will Call to get them still?
I have no idea.
Like when you get a season badge, I don't know, this is how it works for me. You get a season badge, someone brings it to me, right? Someone comes in here and hands it to me.
I'm sure you do, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Or security or something to get it, but the Will Call window's still there, I think.
Just don't know what it's used for.
I don't know what they're doing there.
If you know about Will Call, let us know. And why the hell are you going there? All right, hour 1 done. Let's get into quarter number 2 here on a Friday and go back to a Broncos conversation. What is a big issue, or perhaps the biggest issue, as we get closer to Broncos camp? NFL Network has an answer. Are we going to agree, or is there another concern? That's coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition training camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-900-1717. 800-900-1717. 800-900-1717.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this waterman is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here. If your home's hot upstairs and cold downstairs, that's more than annoying. It's a sign your system's leaking air and wasting money. And with utility bills climbing, energy efficiency matters. That's why homeowners trust AeroSeal Colorado. Their innovative sealing technology boosts comfort, cuts energy use, and even gives you cleaner indoor air as a nice bonus. Customers love it. A 4.9 Google rating, and some folks practically write books after the job's done. AeroSealColorado.com fixes what others can't even find. AeroSeal, comfort sealed.
Don't worry, Dan, I have full coverage. Did you know that full coverage probably doesn't mean what most people thinks it means? Full coverage is generally just for your car. And if you don't have other coverages to protect you in the case you get hit by somebody else, well, then you're just straight up gambling that the bad driver that hit you has good insurance, and you don't want to do that. 15% of the drivers out there don't have any insurance at all. Others only have the minimum. When for pennies on the dollar, you can have the coverage that protects you in case somebody else smacks into you. Medical payments coverage. I saw a lady come in the office the other day, $25,000 in med pay coverage. Absolutely what you want. It was only $31 for the entire 6 months of the policy. It was another $100 or so for the UM/UIM coverage she needed. She had over $100,000 in coverage there. You definitely want to have that. You protect other drivers if you hit them. You also need to protect yourself in case they hit you. Any questions at all, just call us 303-LAW-4040. Jacob's Law, 303-LAW-4040.
Do you have a good lemonade recipe? I'm looking for one. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC, an equal housing lender. Now that summer is here, so are new opportunities. Fresh as a glass of lemonade. Maybe a home project is on your mind. Would your family like to take a camping trip somewhere fun? Whatever you'd like to make happen this season, Alpine Bank would like to be part of it. There are so many helpful tools and resources we offer to make this a great summer. Please give us a chance to tell you more about them. Stop by sometime soon. Oh, And if you have that lemonade recipe, bring it along too. My wife makes a peach pie that's knock your socks off. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN at KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on the Fan. LA faces New York in baseball action starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Friday, James Merrilat sitting in, little sha-la-la-la-la from Montel, makes it real. We're fired up for a Friday. We're asking you guys what your kids' biggest sports accomplishments were and asking you to share that with us at 303-713-1043. RamosLaw.com text line. Put your name on it like Isaiah did. Said his son came in first place at age 5 for a fishing tournament. Says it's not really a sport, but he's 5. So he's not playing many of those yet. Dude, if your kid's finishing first in whatever it is, a fishing tournament, brag about that, Isaiah.
Yeah.
You got the right.
You can catch it on ESPN.
Hell yeah.
There are sponsors. There are competitions. I think it's a sport. It's maybe not a traditional sport, but it's a sport.
It requires a skill. I always say, like, hey, how do you define a sport? I always would give the default answer of if there's a defense. If there's someone trying you to stop what you're trying to do, it's a sport.
So therefore, like downhill skiing, not a sport?
No.
You're
going against the time.
Is the mountain the defense?
The clock is the time, right?
Right. So it's
gravity, the ultimate.
Gravity.
defense.
There's a defense. Yeah.
Okay.
We're all
All
fighting
right.
that, aren't we?
I have a hard time with sports where the scoring is subjective.
Okay.
So like gymnastics, diving, obviously they take tremendous athleticism, but it's more subjective than it is objective.
Yeah.
Right? Like you either did do the flip or didn't. I get it, that's objective, but then like, is it a 9.8 or
Was
a 9.9?
the arm tucked the proper
right,
way?
like that always makes it a little tricky. So like downhill skiing, it's a clock. Okay. Like that's the ultimate and objective.
Yeah.
Basketball, football, did you cross the goal line? Did you put the ball in the hoop? So, yeah, it's the scoring that always kind of threw me off on that question.
And if I were the best fisherman, I'd be like, I'm so good at sports. If it were me.
Right.
That's what I would say.
Right. I'm such an athlete.
So, Isaiah, you let your son shine a little bit.
And you win, I assume, based on the weight of the fish, right? Or the number of fish.
Yeah.
That's objective.
Unless you're really early on the cheating, the cheating fishing scandals, you just drop the sinkers, the weights into the fish before they're weighed. So, because nobody's going to dump the fish out, you just hold it up and weigh it. But if your sinkers are in the fish, you're adding ounces every sinker you put in.
Pretty tricky.
Not that I've ever done that, but
if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
That's right, Alan.
Do they make you fillet like the fish after you weigh it?
It depends on what kind of tournament that you're in.
Because now you got my wheels turning.
Yeah.
That's surely somebody's done that. Surely it's
lots
happened.
of people have done that.
Okay.
Lots of people. And got caught while doing it. 'Cause like, this fish weighs a lot. You dump them over, and then it goes your whole tackle box comes out of the fish.
Okay. It's like when we used to collect cans when I was a kid, and then you'd go recycle them, and we were trying to get money to buy whatever. I don't know. My brother and I, harebrained idea we wanted to buy. And we thought it would be good to fill all the cans with sand.
Didn't quite work out, did it?
No. People are like, why aren't the cans crushed?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
It's not all the way down.
Yeah.
All right, so good stuff, Isaiah. Yeah, your kid gets to celebrate that. Keep hitting us up with what your kids have accomplished that you've got to see. All right, so James, I was reading NFL Network last night, or NFL.com, and they're going through every NFL team. What's the biggest issue or biggest question that they have to answer before the regular season starts? I go to the AFC West, and I scroll to the Denver Broncos, and they're writing about the tight end position. They say The Broncos arguably saw the least turnover in the league this offseason and have a Super Bowl contending roster. But they also did next to nothing to improve at tight end after a disappointing 2025 campaign from Evan Ingram, where he had 461 yards and just 1 touchdown. The entire tight end room, 7th fewest receiving yards in the NFL. Troutman's a blocker, and he talks about the young guys in Joe Lee, and he doesn't mention Bentley, but we will here as well. Is the tight end room the biggest issue? Yeah, I think it's a major issue. I also watched them win 14 games without really any presence of a tight end, so I don't want it to be like, well, they have to do this, because they didn't have to do it last year, and that was a pretty fun ride too.
Yeah, I agree with you. They managed to get by without getting much production from their tight end. I would say Evan Ingram was a disappointment. He wasn't a colossal bust. It just wasn't the dynamic we expected a year ago right now. When we're talking about the Joker, and he's going to be stretching the defense, and they're going to create all these mismatches. Like, that never really came to fruition. It didn't
Crazy
seem to happen.
expectations created the resentment.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he had a fine year. He was okay. He wasn't great, but he wasn't terrible. I just have the question with this team and with Sean Payton's offense of, does it matter who's playing tight end? Like, if they had Brock Bowers, arguably the best tight end in football at this point, would they use him properly? Or does this system and what Sean likes to do and what Sean calls and maybe where Bo likes to go with the football, is it going to matter? Like, was it an Evan Ingram problem or was it an offense problem? That I'm not 100% sure of. Troutman and Nate Atkins, and they love their blocking tight ends over there, which leads me to believe, like, do they like him because they constantly have to give the tackles help? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, you said that last week, and that stuck with me.
It's a mystery to me. But I don't think that, yes, there are better tight ends than Evan Ingram. I don't think there was an option for them to go out and dramatically improve that position from a pass-catching standpoint over Evan Ingram. Like, I'm not saying Evan Ingram's great. He's not Brock Bowers, but Brock Bowers wasn't available. Who were they going to go sign that we just said he's a significant improvement as a pass-catching tight end to Evan Ingram? They were better off going into year 2 now that they know what they have in Evan Ingram and seeing if they can figure out how to get him more involved, because this huge upgrade wasn't available anyway. They have some run-blocking tight ends. They have a pass-catching tight end. Now it's on the coaching staff and on those players to figure out how to make it a more effective position. Yeah, if you had to pick the weakness on the offensive side of the ball, that's it. The defensive side of the ball, it's inside linebacker. Doesn't mean Justin Sternide can't play. Doesn't mean Alex Singleton can't play. But something has to be the weakness.
There's still some unproven from Sternide as a coverage linebacker, and then Alex Singleton, who's already a little slow, is now a year older, and we'll see what that turns into. I think offensively there's still, and we'll have to revisit this, but I think the running back room is something I want to talk to you about. I think Bo taking that next step, which a lot of us are confident he can, but it's still a conversation and a question. And then Jalen Waddle. And I heard you talking about him a little bit yesterday with Will, that I want to revisit that conversation with you as well, because it looks like they have solutions, but I'm not sure that it's just going to show up and be the answer that Broncos country is looking for. So we'll revisit that a little bit later on. I want to remind everybody that Monday from noon to 1, coming up on Monday, it's our next giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. Going to be at Santiago's Mexican Restaurant at 1150 East Bridge Street. That's in Brighton. The Santiago's in Brighton off of Bridge Street. You can get one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. We hope to see you there. All right, every day around 11:15, we're breaking down positions, players, coaches. Today, we're going to a specific position group, backup pass rusher. Let's talk about roles and expectations for those dudes next.
Here we go, boys! ESPN polled NFL execs, coaches, and scouts to rank the best players at every position, and the Broncos skill guys got dismissed. Bo Nix led 7 game-winning drives, took Denver to the AFC Championship game, and didn't crack the top 17 quarterbacks. Meanwhile, Courtland Sutton just made the NFL top 100 for the first time. The team added Jalen Waddle, and nobody outside of Colorado seemed to notice. Are the league's decision-makers sleeping on Denver's offense, or is there work to be done on Davis Webb's side of the ball? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
Tune in to Mile High Money. My biggest goal is education. I come from a family of educators, and I want you to know the who, the what, the why, the when, the how. Helping you achieve your ideal retirement. The risk that you're taking, does that equal the return that you should be getting? And a lot of times, the answer is no. Tune in to Mile High Money with Adam Moeller. Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on DenverSports 104.3, The Fan.
Most home sellers get one offer. It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard Offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard Offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
In Colorado, relationships matter. That's why contractors across the Front Range choose Western Pacific for doors and millwork. 35 years of quality products, next-day delivery, and fast will call service. Visit GoWestPack.com. Western Pacific, local ownership, professional expertise.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Trade Gen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
One Wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lemmy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the DenverSports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at DenverSports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on DenverSports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we are having some fun on a Friday edition of the program. Dover and Cecil hanging out until 2 o'clock. Cecil's out. James Marilat is in. We're having some fun with you guys on the what have your kids accomplished conversation. I haven't checked in over on YouTube. I just check in over here. And our hockey fan, not lady, what the hell's her name? Mel, is mad at me for saying Marty Netchis wasn't good in the postseason. Well, he wasn't, Mel. I know what his point total. Again, if you want to push your glasses up in the middle of your face and go, well, technically, he averaged a point per game, you can do that. I'm just not going to do that. He didn't pass my eye test, and if he passed yours, you should make your test harder.
Yeah, no, I think that's completely fair. I think especially in big moments, he would disappear, he would shrink.
It's what he's done his whole career.
Yeah, it's like the teams that lost in the NBA and would say, well, but analytically, we actually were the better team.
I don't hate analytics, but I hate when you live by only analytics.
There still is a scoreboard that trumps the analytics. Like it's higher on the list of things that we're worried about here. I mean, if her point is, if Mel's trying to say, hey, he wasn't awful, it wasn't like he was a total no-show, okay. But I need you, when you're one of the stars, one of the highest paid players on the team, I need you to show up in big moments. Like, you can actually be bad for the postseason overall, but if you have 3 overtime goals, you're going to look like you had a great postseason. Give me that guy over the guy who, Troy Tulowitzki's it and is just great in the first period.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't need that guy.
By the way, the Eagles did name a new head coach today. Their former coach went to Vegas. So they've got themselves a new coach up there in the A, and he's got a name that's just absolutely ridiculous. I'm just going to save myself the headache and not pronounce it. But the Eagles have hired a new coach.
Okay, excellent.
So good for them doing their thing up there. All right, James, I want to talk to you about a few guys. Joan Ellis, Dondrea Tillman, Q Robinson, and maybe we talk about Jonathan Cooper a little bit, although I just feel like we don't know anything. There's no new news, so we don't have to bring that apart to it. But I want to talk about backup pass rushers. One of these guys might have an elevated role if this Cooper situation doesn't work itself out. But Jonah, Dondre, and Q Robinson. You always need pass rushing depth. James, are you confident of any of those 3 guys being a full-time player if things get south or even more sideways with Jonathan Cooper?
Confident? I don't think I'd go that far.
Okay.
Would I be cautiously optimistic? Sure. I think Jonah Ellis would be at the top of the list of guys that I think could make that leap. Is there a chance that he's Shaq Barrett and he's just been behind really good players, and if he got an opportunity, he would lead the league in sacks? Like, there's a chance. I think that's unlikely, but I think he has the best opportunity to be a guy who's ready to be a starter, whether it's here or somewhere else like Shaq Barrett had to be.
Were there I try to put myself back in that moment of Shaq Barrett, and even as good as he was in moments, I never looked at him and go, yeah, that dude's just as good as Von Miller.
Yeah, never. And even when he was leading the league in sacks,
it's still weird
in Tampa. It was like, he's still not as good as Von Miller, but obviously he was ready to be an every down player. I think of the 3, I would say Ellis is the most ready to be an every down player. Tillman, I like Tillman a lot. I think he's kind of that Mr. Consistency. You know what you're going to get. Not flashy by any means, but he seems to be around the football a lot. He doesn't get pushed around. Like, I don't think there's a big drop-off when he goes into the game. But I don't think as much as Ellis there's a chance to be a star where, like, yeah, if he left and went elsewhere, he'd be great. Like, I think he's kind of always going to be what he is. I think he's perfect for the role he's in now. Rotational guy. Kind of spell the starters, let them get some rest. It's not this huge drop-off. But I don't think he's an every down, every snap kind of defensive lineman. Q Robinson, to me, is the interesting one.
And, dude, he's on the field in the AFC Championship game.
I know.
Remember the Wickersham article when it was, boys, help me out. Was it Jordan Jackson? He's like, we can't get this guy on the field. And then you're finding Q Robinson on the field. Yeah. I don't think that's just coincidence or dumb luck.
I like Q Robinson a lot, and it's a funny thing to say about a guy who had a half a sack last year.
Yeah.
But it's
almost the eye test thing. We're having fun with Mel on. Like, he looks like he belongs.
Right. Like, I remember being down at training camp last year. And training camp, it's so funny because it's so hard to kind of see who's shining and who's not shining because it's such a controlled environment. And we don't know the purpose of all the drills and what they're, is this one leaning toward the offense or toward the defense or what's happening here? right? And so, like, it is kind of a funny thing to try and evaluate. But I remember 2 different times being down there last year, and I'm watching, O-line versus D-line, or I'm watching, it's they're doing 11 on 11, kind of game type stuff. And that guy was unblockable. And I'm like, well, either Mike McGlinchey's awful now or Q Robinson's going to be Von Miller. Now, it's training camp, and there's always a training camp darling.
Well,
and
that's also, it's Mike McGlinchey, old vet, like, go ahead, young bull.
Right. And that's the other part that's funny about training camp is Q Robinson's going at 100 and McGlinchey's going at 42 because he's like, hey, you know what, buddy? We got to practice again tomorrow.
Ryan Harris always used to tell me, when we got the full pads on, I'm throwing your ass on the ground and stomping on you on the way back to the huddle.
Right. So there was a little bit of that, but like he looks the part. He looks like that guy that's going to be impossible to block. He's got the speed, the size. Like if there was anybody who, I think he has the highest ceiling. Mm-hmm. I think Jonah Ellis has the most likely ceiling because I think Q Robinson, he could also never get another sack in his NFL career. Mm-hmm. Like that's a very real possibility. But I also think he has this high ceiling of like that dude could be an absolute stud. I think he's boomer bust.
Okay.
I think Jonah Ellis is the more likely he should be a starter in this league, and maybe it's here in Denver if Jonathan Cooper's situation doesn't get rectified or they decide, hey, we want to move on from Jonathan Cooper and spend our money elsewhere. Whatever the case may be, it could be here or probably somewhere else. I think he's a legit NFL starter, and then I think Tillman's the in the right spot as a rotational guy. I think that's what he is.
I like that. I think like if I were going to rank the talent, I'd probably go Jonah, Q, Dondrea Tillman as last.
Okay.
But I also think that, and I'm guilty of this too. I'm a sucker for this. Dondrea Tillman just has a really cool story. Like the dude never gave up on his football dream, getting paid, nothing to be in I think it was the UFL or XFL, one of the leagues that nobody watches, and then never gave up. I just love people like that. I tell people all the time, young people that want to do this freaking crazy business of like, in 20 years from now, what's going to be the bigger hurt? You saying I was going to do or I did and didn't accomplish? Because if you do and don't accomplish, you're still a winner in my book because you did. So I look at that of like I get suckered into those stories sometimes, and I go, yeah, I really like that dude. But then if you're weighing the talent, just football ability, he's last on the scale.
Yeah.
So it's I get caught in that sometimes.
But I think that's also why he's the most maybe consistent of the bunch, right? Like maybe because he doesn't just get by on pure talent. Yeah. It's more of a student of the game. And it's those intangibles. It's the football IQ. It's the motor. It's the effort on every single play.
He's like playing a game within the game.
Yeah, he's more that guy, the tactician, so to speak.
Yeah.
I think just in terms of pure raw talent, I see what you're saying in terms of Jonah Ellis. Like he's the best player of the bunch right now. Mm-hmm. I think raw talent, it's Q Robinson, but that also could just never turn into anything other than raw talent.
Yeah.
So right now, as the backup group, love this group. If one of them, and it's most likely to be Jonah Ellis, becomes the starter, and now it's Tillman and Q behind him, well, Q Robinson better be more than just raw talent at that point.
Yeah.
He's going to have to be a contributor because essentially he's filling the role that Tillman did last year. Can he do that? I mean, that's not a huge leap.
Sure.
But that will be a new role for him. That'll be a big step up. So I love it when there's 5 of them. You take Jonathan Cooper out, now there's just these 4. All of a sudden it's like, well, there's no margin for error. They can't have one of them that's a raw talent that could be a player in a couple of years. He has to be a player right now.
All right, fun conversation. We'll revisit some of that later on. I do want to get into, we haven't had it yet, but the open going on, your thoughts on this. Plus, I haven't got to enough texts yet on your kids' accomplishments. I'm seeing one, and our boy Will Peterson even getting a shout out on it. So we'll get to you guys on the text line and our YouTube Tribe chat, fueled by Sean Ponda, coming up next.
3 and 9. That was Coach Prime's reality last season, and it forced a total reset. Deion Sanders told the country no more chasing 5-star mercenaries through the portal. This time, 43 transfers, 0 5 stars, all guys with something to prove. His words, hungry players who won't bolt at the first sign of adversity. And on the high school side, 20 commits for 2027. CU's best class of the Sanders era so far. So is this the blueprint that finally works in Boulder, or is it too little too late? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Where will you find her perfect engagement ring?
There's only one fine jeweler in Denver with all the world's top bridal designers. I'm Dylan Williams.
And I'm Shayna Williams from Williams Jewelers. Only here in our Bridal Design Gallery will you find Gabriel & Company, A. Jaffe, Hearts on Fire, and the legendary Tacori.
Thousands of diamond engagement rings from every style and every price range.
If it's on her Pinterest page, it's here.
Add to that our famous Williams Jewelers Diamond Bar with almost every size, shape, and price range diamond.
And our expert diamond professionals will help you put it all together perfectly.
At the guaranteed best price in Colorado. We even have flexible payment terms for qualified buyers, so you can do this today.
That's why more couples say, will you, with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice, this is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able. Bring Able to the table.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Colorado. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Shop Honda keeps car buying simple. One price, one person, 1 hour means no games, no back and forth, and no dealer handling fees ever. Upfront pricing and one dedicated advisor who handles everything from start to finish. It's straightforward, stress-free, and honestly, the way car buying should have always been. At Shop Honda, the experience is just as good as the vehicle you're driving home. Discover the Shop Honda difference for yourself. Visit Shop Honda today, proud partner of the Dover and Cecil Show.
There are so many out-of-state roofing companies, and roofing companies claiming to be locally owned, yet owned by out-of-state private equity firms.
Denver Roof Pros is the real deal. We are truly locally owned and operate right out of Denver.
We've been serving the Front Range and the Eastern Plains from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs for 10 years.
Choose local. Choose DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
All new drinks are now at McDonald's, with refreshers like the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher and the Mango Pineapple Refresher with popping boba, to crafted sodas like the Sprite Berry Blast with berry flavors and cold foam. Who knew ice-cold drinks could be so fire? 6 all-new drinks are here, now at McDonald's. Refreshers contain caffeine.
A quieter neighborhood. And even closer to work. Mom! With great schools. And we got a way better rate than we expected. Plus, separate bedrooms.
Get a mortgage that adds up. Wings Credit Union. Let's figure it out together. Equal housing opportunity. NMLS number 405466. Insured by NCUA.
Anything that distracts you while driving is dangerous. Driving while texting can be deadly. So put it down. It can wait. Shift into safe. Don't drive distracted. A message from the Colorado Department of Transportation.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on The Fan. LA faces New York in baseball action starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is TRAP, T-R-A-P. Text TRAP to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's TRAP to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, I'm seeing some fun stuff on the RamosLaw.com text line. Got to get over on our YouTube page. Tribe chat from Sean Ponda, youtube.com/DenverSports. If you've got any kids' accomplishments, little nieces, nephews, they've done anything, hit us up with that. And put your name on the end of your text. James Merlat's sitting in for Cecil Lammy. And we want to talk a little bit about the golf tournament that's happening right now and just some of these texts. I mentioned Will Peterson even getting a little shout out here. We got a text.
A shout out or shade?
I think it's a shout out.
Okay.
They're talking about Kent. What was it? Kent, Denver? Is that where he went to high school?
Yeah.
Where Will went to high school. Texter saying, my son scored the game-winning goal in this year's state championship game. It's his senior year, and he was named Player of the Year at Will Peterson's high school. It's cool, too, James. Look, he gave us a little screenshot, the Instagram kid with the kick in action.
That's very cool.
And being the 3A Player of the Year, first team All-State, first team All-Metro League. That is absolutely awesome right there for your son. And humble brag that your kid goes to Kent, Denver.
Yeah,
right?
there's a lot of
Nothing wrong with that.
Layers to that one right there.
Absolutely love that one. Somebody's trolling me. I'm going to the Rockies game tonight for free. That's what they wrote. Remember earlier? I was like, I'm going to buy some tickets. So, if you're going for free, have a little bit of fun there.
Which game are you looking to go to?
Tomorrow night.
Okay.
I knew about the hot dog hat before, and I'm really interested
that's hot dog
in getting
hat
that hat.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's only the first 15,000 fans, and I don't know with is she listening? No, with my lady's scheduling, I'm not sure we're going to be on time.
Well, just tell her the first pitch is at 5:40.
Oh, that's not bad.
And then when you get there, it's like, how did I mess that up?
Yeah.
Make
well,
sure
then
you
I
get
say,
the hat.
Hey, not only are we going to get the hat, you can get $3. Your favorite cores up there if you're into that.
There you
before
go.
Pitch.
Yeah,
before first pitch.
There's a way to you fib a little.
Yeah.
You make sure you get there in time for the hat, and then there's ways for you to dig out of it and just kind of plead like, I blew it. I'm a bozo. Like they always buy that.
Can
they
you believe
think
how
we
dumb
are
I
anyway.
am? Yeah.
Exactly.
The things that sometimes I'll tell her, I'm like, I survived 38 years before I met you.
Mm-hmm.
And the way you talk to me sometimes,
Yeah.
you think I wouldn't know anything.
I always go with the, I've been driving for 36 years. I don't know how I've avoided accidents without you yelling.
Yeah. Side seat driver at the best, right? All right, so keep the text coming in. Always enjoy them. Carlos from California says, my daughters who are 15 and 16, holy cow, won nationals in Olympic Taekwondo, and they did it on the same day. Needless to say, I was extremely happy and proud of my daughters. Shout out to Master Givens. Givens Taekwondo out there in California. So Don't mess with Carlos's daughter if you're in California.
Well, that is very, very cool.
That's pretty. If your kids are badasses, that's awesome.
The
right?
double dip, both of them on one day. That's fantastic.
I'd just be walking through the lobby like, somebody say something to me. Say something to me.
That is very cool.
So good stuff there, Carlos. All right, I got to ask you, James, because I was driving home yesterday, tuned into the station, hear you and Will mixing it up about the golf tournament going on now.
Yeah.
And it's difficult. It's fun. Chad Andrews, who was sitting in this morning, was busting your balls a little bit too about you not liking the Open because of course conditions. Did I get that right? Did I hear that right?
Basically, I mean, when I turn on a golf tournament, like the Masters is at the pinnacle.
Mm-hmm.
Part of it is the aesthetics. It's the beautiful, perfect greens and fairways and the bunkers, and there's all the flowers and the mulch or whatever. I don't know. It's just, it looks like Mark Schlereth's yard. It's just absolute perfection. And it looks great on the big HD TV, right? Like, oh, I wish I was there. And then, when you go to the U.S. Open and it's at Pebble Beach or Torrey Pines or Shinnecock, it's the same kind of thing. Like, oh, that is just a beautiful setting. I'd like to be sitting there cocktail in hand, maybe a cigar. Just take it all in. Then they go to this one. It's nothing but brown. It's brown everywhere.
If you play golf right now, you're real familiar with how this looks because this is every Colorado course looks like this.
Yeah, Eagle Trace Golf Club up in Broomfield. They sold it. They forgot to get the water rights, so they don't have any water. That's what this course looks like. Yes, that's what this course looks like. Then you get off the fairway, and it looks like they just finished harvesting the wheat. And so there's still the shaft is all there. It's awful. Right? Then they'll do a shot where they don't, have the camera quite in tight enough because they do a lot of tight shots here because around it's just awful. So here comes the FedEx truck in the background. It's just not aesthetically pleasing.
But do you want so again, I look at this and I go, oh, it's not really unusual for me because I play so much golf and the courses are rough right now because we're in a freaking drought. So I'm like, it kind of looks like what I'm used to seeing. I get when you turn it on, you want it to be pristine and you want it to go, wow, that's what a golf course looks like.
Yeah.
But there is also I love when they're playing harder courses or giant bunkers, which some of these holes
I like
have.
the bunkers.
Look
I
at
didn't
walls
mention the
right
bunkers.
there.
Those are cool.
I want it to be as difficult and almost annoying as possible for these pros so they look more like I look.
I don't disagree with you, but the only reason people say the British Open is great is because it's the 154th.
So it's a tradition we talked about.
Yeah, like if this was the first time they rolled this out, hey, we're going to go over to Royal Birkdale, in Scotland, and we're going to play on this course that's mostly brown.
Yeah.
And the rough is all 3 feet high. Everybody be like, I think we're one and done with this idea.
Oh, and they wouldn't go back.
No. If they just brought this out, nobody would want to go do this again.
I actually think you're 100% right on that.
But
especially if it were today's society
correct.
where it has to be perfect with everything we do.
And after I had my surgery, I'm laid up all weekend. I'm watching all these documentaries, and for whatever reason, I got on the what is the series on Netflix where it Untold.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And so I got the UK version. I don't know how. So I watched all these soccer shows, and they're showing these guys that played in the Premier League back in the 90s. The field is like a mud pit in the middle.
Oh, really?
It looked like something at Northwest Open Spaces.
That's where Emerson's playing soccer right now, dude.
Just a total mess.
Yeah.
And now when you watch a game, especially when you're watching the World Cup, the pitch looks like a putting green. It's ridiculous. I mean, there was part of me that kind of looked back and that was like, oh, that's cool. Or go watch a highlight from 1980s Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
The fields look like absolute garbage.
Really?
Just garbage.
So what's popping in my head is a baseball field in a football field.
Yeah.
They don't do that anymore because you're like, oh, it looks cool. Then you're like, oh, that's probably not ideal for anybody involved.
Yeah, if the Broncos played at Oakland
That's
early in the
what it was.
season,
Okay,
they're playing
yeah.
on the baseball field. And so they don't do those things anymore because it's like it looks awful. We figured out how to keep the fields nice.
Mm-hmm.
They now cover the fields in England, so they're not just a wet marshland and turn into mud. Or if you do have a rain game and it gets messy, you tear it out and put in new sod because we want it to be nice. Except for the British Open.
And you know what? I still don't hate it as much for the golfers and specifically this tournament. But what you're saying about other field, if we get to Mile High for week 1 of the NFL season and the field looks like crap, everybody's like, what the hell's wrong with you?
Exactly.
So I didn't even consider what it would do to other sports because I guess I don't really care about golfers. I love the game. I just don't care about the golfer itself that much.
Or imagine if it was like, hey, we're going to play one of the 7 games in the NBA Finals on one of those rubber basketball courts where we don't broom it and everybody slips the whole
ones
time.
at churches that churches always have.
Yeah, how stupid and silly would that be?
Yeah, you're right about this, actually. You're right on this
It's
one.
ridiculous that we're still playing in these conditions that looks like this is how the course would have been 154 years ago. Right? Or, hey, it's tradition. Okay, let's play game 4 right in the middle of the NBA Finals in Springfield. We'll bring out a peach basket and we'll nail it to the side of the wall, and we'll use a broom handle to take the ball out every time.
Although I will say there's been 2 62s today.
Well, and here's the other thing.
5 in the history of the tournament, and 2 of them happened today.
Here's the other reason I don't like it. Every tournament, there is something to be said because the weather changes throughout a day. So, sometimes you're fortunate. I played in the morning. Whew, thank goodness. I was able to avoid the wind that came up in the afternoon. But this one is always... It's always you want to play in the morning. Well, that stinks. That's not a fair representation of who played better this week. It's like, no, they just got 2 morning draws on Thursday and Friday. That's silly. It's an ugly course set in an ugly setting, and we all have to act like it's really cool and awesome because they've been doing it for a century and a half. I don't have to act like it's cool and awesome. It's not.
I think something we're learning together here on what show and a half working together is tradition's not the end all be all.
No.
You can break tradition.
For the most part, traditions suck.
Yeah, kind of does, right? All right, let's get into our Twitter timeline. What's on our X timeline that we want to share? I actually have a couple of golf tweets and then an interesting post about a Nuggets opening. That's coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. Rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Drive is heading to Aurora Hills Golf Course on July 17th from 2 to 6 p.m. Zach By and Philip Lindsay live from Aurora's original municipal course, a centrally located gem with great course conditions and reasonable fees. Live broadcast at Aurora Hills Golf Course July 17th.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
All right, Broncos country, listen up. Philip Lindsay here. And for stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation for your airport transfers and more. They're dependable, they're professional, so you can focus on your vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600, or you can visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Summer is here, and if you're planning a home project this year, windows, siding, or decking, now is the time to sign before the snow flies. Don't wait. Get the project you've always wanted and lock in a low-interest loan as low as 6.99% for 15 years. You deserve to enjoy your home, and 5280 Exteriors makes it easy with financing built for real Colorado homeowners. Call today or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, what's happening on our Twitter timeline? It's James Merrilat is filling in for one Cecil Lammy. I mentioned I do have a couple golf things, and we were just talking about golf. So, Holland Wright, the big Norway soccer player, apparently he's living the life. And
Was he the biggest breakout star of the World Cup? Like, I know he's was popular worldwide, but like here in the States, the guy
I didn't know his name before this.
Right, exactly. Like we all knew Messi.
Mm-hmm.
Like there were obviously stars who showed up. But like I think he was the biggest breakout star.
Yeah.
The Cape Verde goaltender had the huge, spike in Instagram followers.
Yep.
But I don't even remember his name anymore.
Me neither.
Like this guy was the breakout star.
And he's all over social media.
Yeah.
He joined like Snapchat, I think, and the filters were going crazy, and that was a big thing. Jake Shapiro actually sent me this one because he's living my dream. He's listening to Ella Langley launching golf balls off of his yacht into the ocean. Now, I don't think it gets much better than that. He's white as a ghost, so hopefully he's got some sunscreen on out there in the sun. But this dude is living the absolute life. Like you said, he just became the biggest soccer celebrity over anybody, the biggest jump anyway. And now is just on a yacht, shoeless on a yacht off of a mat, hitting golf balls into the ocean.
Listening
Swing
to
needs
Ella
some
Langley.
work, but he's doing all right.
Is Ella like on the little Bluetooth speaker, or is she there singing?
Well, who knows? He's got the money, right?
Because it could be better.
Right.
It could be better.
I guess if she's there,
yeah.
then it would
serenading
be all right.
you as you
Yeah.
hit golf balls.
That would that makes him an official Ella fella.
Yeah, for sure.
Which we
for
all
sure.
are.
But no, that's a pretty good life he's living
Yeah, it's
right
not
there.
bad.
Did you see the one of his house?
No.
Oh, it's this like crazy, like almost bunker looking kind of place. Like it's the most futuristic.
Really?
There's like not a right angle anywhere in the house, and it's like all these little different trenches with concrete, and then they've turned it into like different portions of the home. It's wild.
That
It's
is
wild.
crazy.
You got to look it up. It's very cool.
I would like to see that. I have another golf one. I'm going to show you the video, and then I'll hit the retweet button right now so you guys can check it out on my time if you want on Twitter at Joshua Dover. Let's say you bought brand new clubs, and you walk up to your cart, and that's there. What do? You just chalk it up to a loss, and the bear now owns your clubs, or do you try to, hey, shoo, what do you do?
Well, I don't break out my phone like the guy filming and the bozo who's closer.
Yeah.
Look at that idiot.
He is way too close.
He's like 5 feet away, and he's following the bear.
So
Now,
the bear takes this guy's golf clubs off of his car and is now walking away with them.
It's not a huge bear. It looks like maybe a cub.
Yes.
But still, that means Mama Bear's somewhere around.
Watching what's going on.
And Mama Bear's over there like, why is this guy getting so close with the camera?
Yeah.
No, I would just be like, you know what? My clubs are gone.
Look, a nice set of clubs, if you're including the driver, we're talking north of a couple $1,000s.
Correct.
But you want to replace a couple $1,000s worth of clubs or have one eyeball the rest of your life?
Right. Or pay your deductible for a week in the hospital.
Right. You might not ever play golf again if that goes the wrong
Yeah.
way.
And I mean, I get it. You hate to see him just go, but like that's just, or you take that as like, hey, maybe the big guy upstairs is telling me I need to not play golf for a while.
Yeah. Like, damn, I did double bogey the last 3 holes.
You know what? Time to go to the clubhouse.
I'm out on that one. All right, so yeah, just leave the golf clubs. You know what, guys? I haven't told you yet, but this isn't my iPad. This is a different iPad, and I'm supposed to be hitting buttons, so I'm just going to try this one right now.
Have breaking Broncos news right now. This day is not going to finish the way that it started.
I haven't heard that in so long.
An all-time classic.
It's the full one, too.
It was awesome at the time it happened.
Yeah.
I remember where I was driving when I heard it. I was Sheridan and C470. and having to figure out how to get turned around because I had to go home and start writing stories about it. And hearing it live, and Zach was just so fired up. And now it is even a different level of comical because of how the whole situation turned out.
Hold on, Kev. I want to try one more.
Right? Like the fact that the Russ experiment was such a disaster, it makes it even more just absolutely classic. All right, play another random.
I just wanted to hear what this one was.
Is that crystal clear?
Oh, that's Sean telling Zach. Is that crystal clear on the phone call there? All right, so I saw this from Nuggets account. And then I read some of the replies and comments and found out and learned a couple of things. One, the Nuggets hired or are hiring a dietitian. It became news because a lot of people went, hold on, professional NBA team doesn't have dietitian? Now, I thought I saw it somewhere in here. Katie Wingy at some point had replied to this tweet, and you know, she defends her employer. It's literally a part of her job description. Then said, hey, they've had this position for a while. They're just rehiring. It's a dietitian for players, coaches, and support staff on the team. So it's going to be a dietitian that, like, James, you're on the coaching staff. He has a diet plan for you. Obviously going to have that for every player. Like I said, Wingy is telling the world that they've had this in place forever. The other thing that the internet took note on is it's paying $85,000 to $95,000 a year, which doesn't really, you know, get much done in this state, in this economy right now. So that was a part of it. Of one, they have already had a dietitian. So it's not, hey, they're hiring a new spot. They're hiring a new person for that job. And people were upset about the pay. But I promise you, that's not the only job in Colorado that's not paying the tab.
No, but I think it speaks to sort of how the Nuggets go about their business, how KSE goes about their business, that they had to come out and have their employees defend the fact that, oh, no, we've already had this. Like, the assumption was, you're just now hiring a dietitian in 2026?
Mm-hmm.
Because as we talked about earlier in the day, you know, in a salary cap sport, the differentiation can be in the margins. What do you spend on your practice facility? What do you spend on your assistant coaches? What do you spend on dietitians and trainers and all the rest of these things? There's a team that had a lot of injuries last year. 7 guys that were, hey, we'll reevaluate them in 4 weeks.
Yep.
That's a big stretch of time. Are the Nuggets and are the Avs and are all the KSA teams doing absolutely everything they can in the margins to make sure they have the best chance to win? I don't think so. In fact, I know so. They aren't. You can look at their practice facilities. Their hockey team, when they go out and have training camp, it's the beer league just finished playing before them.
Yeah.
There's kids over playing laser tag. Their basketball facility, they have one court. They don't have a hoop for every player. The only team in the NBA that doesn't have a hoop for every player in their practice facility. Like, that's just unacceptable in this day and age. And so the dietitian thing, it just is added to the list of have they had one? Sure. But at that salary range,
You always get what you pay for.
Are you going to get the best?
100% of the time.
Are you getting the best in the business?
Absolutely not. And this is kind of their model. They want somebody that's good, but is young enough to not know how good they are. And then when they understand how good they are, they allow them to leave because you don't want to pay the tab.
And we've seen this at every level. We've seen multiple assistant coaches leave the Nuggets to go to other
this is their
teams.
model. This is their business
This is what
philosophy.
they do. And it goes all the way up to the coaches,
Yeah.
to the GMs.
Mm-hmm.
Masai Ujiri, left for more money. Tim
Yeah.
Connolly, left for more money. Jordy Fernandez, Mike and Nori.
Mm-hmm.
They've had multiple assistant coaches leave lateral moves.
The coach, Finch, is on the bench of the Timberwolves right now and could have been the coach of the Nuggets if he would have hung around because they paid him as a high assistant coach.
Exactly. And those guys leave for more money elsewhere for the same job. That is a problem, especially when you're in a championship window. And, you know, if you want to do stuff that kind of cuts costs when, hey, you know what, we're rebuilding. We're winning 20 games this year. You know, we're not drawing a lot of fans. Maybe let's cut back here, and here. Okay, I get it. It's a business.
Agreed.
I don't expect you to run your business in the red every single year if you're a professional sports owner. I do expect you to flirt with that, and they're not getting close to it, by the way. I do expect you to flirt with that when you're in a championship window. It's push your chips in at certain times and keep them back at certain times. Right now, they're in a spot where they need to be pushing them in. That story is just another eye roll.
Mm-hmm.
Because the fact that a Nuggets employee had to defend them on social media just speaks volumes to me.
Yeah. And it's like hold on, this has already been, but the damage was done with the comments on that tweet. All right, good stuff. Checking our X every day at 11:45, having some fun. Let's get to our lunch hour. I want to talk a little bit more about this NFL Top 100 list and where Bo will actually end up. We'll do that and then talk about early down struggles from the Broncos offense coming up next.
The Nuggets got bounced in the first round, and instead of fixing the roster, they've spent this offseason chasing LeBron James, a 41-year-old who, according to Shams Charania, doesn't even have Denver on his short list. Meanwhile, Payton Watson is still unsigned. Wing defenders are vanishing off the market, and Jokic just pushed his extension to next year. So is the LeBron dream holding this team hostage? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust? Everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health. But then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. And when it comes to your internet, you want the most intelligent, and that's what they provide. The most intelligent Wi-Fi that can hunt down and fix problems. Reliability, well, you want the most reliable Wi-Fi for streaming, gaming, working from home, and coverage that goes wall to wall in your home. How about security? Wi-Fi that's security blanket for your network, and reliability. Fiber-powered network with 99.99% reliability, built for speed so you can run multiple devices at once, and Wi-Fi that makes everything in your home tie and work together. Consistency, you can lock in 5 years of predictability. 5 years, the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, you can get online with minutes, same-day Wi-Fi. Hey man, that's the price lock guarantee. 5 years, same price, no contracts, no commitments. It's all included. Everything you need, including the data and equipment, the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity, guys. Imagine that.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975 in Boulder, has a championship-level lineup ready for you to test drive and take home today. They currently have specials on both the BMW X3 and X5 models. The BMW X3 model is a luxury compact SUV that offers balanced handling and a powertrain variety. The BMW X5 model is a high-performance powerhouse luxury model that offers you a thrilling driving experience. They also have a great pre-owned BMW lineup as well. Schedule your test drive today. Go to GebhardtBMW.com.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, that's not bacon grilling. That's your living room at 2 p.m. If your home heats up every summer, your windows might be the reason. Infinity by Marvin Windows protect your home from UV rays, solar heat, and help lower energy bills all summer long. Colorado homeowners have trusted Gravina's Window Center of Littleton for 50 years. Right now, you can save 25% on Infinity by Marvin Windows. Visit them at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN at KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on the Fan. LA faces New York in baseball action starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Ups, and you're getting ready for a nice Colorado weekend. James Marilat's with me today, sitting in for Cecil Lammy. Cecil's going to be back coming up on Monday, and we're inching closer and closer to Broncos training camp kicking off in 2 weeks from today. You know, James, it sounds weird, but like I can't wait to be in that small, humid, smelly tent with you guys for the next month or so.
Well, I was just going to ask, how long does that last?
How long am I happy about it?
Yeah. The first day, I was excited about the first day.
I get through like the first week, and then I'm like, okay, it's too hot now.
It's kind of like, and I don't know if you ever had this experience, because this is weird when you're a kid, but like the first day back at school, you're bummed that summer's over, but you're kind of excited to see your buddies.
Yeah.
You get to have recess again, and then you get like a weekend of school, and you're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
This is dreadful.
Like, there's only 3 new girls?
Right.
What the hell?
Exactly. But you're kind of excited about it in
Yeah.
a weird way to go back, even though we know what's in store for us, because, you know, training camp's a little bit of a gauntlet. We know what's coming. It's going to be hot.
Yeah.
We're going to be searching for shade. But I am excited about it getting here because it's one of the things the NFL does right, and I hope they don't screw this up, is you spend more of the year where there's not NFL football being played than there is NFL football being played, which makes you super excited for it to get here. Like, is anybody just clamoring for that first Avs game in September?
No.
I mean,
when I got the email yesterday, full schedule. I'm like, cool. I don't really
September.
care. Right.
Like, maybe around the first of the year, they play a game. They play an outdoor game. I think New Year's Eve.
That's what when Nuggets and
Utah.
Avs schedule, like, what's the marquee games,
Right.
national stuff? That's really all you care about.
And then then it's like, okay, once Super Bowl comes and goes, then it's the stretch run into the postseason, and then it's phenomenal. But the NFL does it right because they only play for like 4 months. So we're like itching to get back and have some football to watch. And I'm always the same way with the first preseason game. So excited. And then you get like a quarter in. Like,
if that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we get to the opener?
Although I'll do this getting up to the first preseason game. I'll go, you know what? Davis is first. It's not going to be super vanilla. They can't be super vanilla. Davis has to try his hand at this.
Yeah.
And then guess what? They're going to come out. They're going to be super vanilla.
Yeah.
And I'll feel that same way.
You'll talk yourself into it. Like,
Yeah.
oh, this is going to be great.
Yeah.
And it's awful. There sometimes can be things, though, that you get out of a preseason game. We should have known it was going to go off the rails with Nathaniel Hackett when they got blown out in Buffalo so bad in the preseason, where I think the Bills scored touchdowns on their first 6 drives, and Sam Martin, I believe, was the punter, and he got hurt trying to do tiptoe catches in pregame warmups and wasn't able to punt that game. And Nathaniel Hackett had to come out and apologize to the fans.
That's right. Yeah.
After a preseason
Yeah.
game.
They got beat 42-15.
Yeah, 42-15. I think they scored their first 6 drives.
The Bills scored 7 in the first quarter, 21 in the second, 14 in the third, and called the dogs off in the fourth.
Who was the backup quarterback that missed 2 passes the entire game for the Bills?
Oh, I have a box score.
Because I think Josh threw 3 passes. I think he threw a touchdown. He barely played. And then whoever the Bills' backup quarterback was at the time.
Dude, you know who it was? Case Keenum.
Case Keenum. Yes. And what was he, 21-23 or something like this?
Case finished the day 16 out of 18.
Okay.
So 2 incompletions. You had the number right.
Multiple touchdowns. They scored every time they had the ball. Preseason means nothing most of the time. That preseason game showed you the coach had no control over what was going on.
It's the Case Keenum revenge game.
Yeah, because that was the opposite of a business trip for the Broncos. You don't care if you win or lose. I can't tell you who the Broncos played in the preseason last year. Can't tell you if they won the game or lost the game. I remember that from 4 or 5 years ago because it was that bad, and it was such a litmus test of how the rest of the year was going to go.
Yeah, that was a early sign of like, you got the wrong guy.
Yeah, that's a preseason game, and then 5 months later, that head coach is going to get fired because that's how they played on Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm. And then it was on national television to be embarrassed by, not just our local audience. All right, so yeah, I'll be fired up for it. I will say this too. You said this earlier, James, and I think this will help all of us kind of extend this preseason excitement or camp excitement, is that, I mean, man, this is, honestly, I can probably say this, and I'm going to base it off something that we talk about on this show a lot, because Greg Penner told Andrew Mason this of when they went to the postseason Bo's first year and lost to the Bills. Andrew was talking to Greg and was like, hey, if you get back to the wild card round, is that a success in year 2? And Greg said, no, getting to the same spot that you were the previous year isn't necessarily a success. So if I go, all right, the standard is the AFC Championship game, am I setting the bar too high for a third-year quarterback, or am I just, playing the hand that's in front of us because that's where they were a year ago?
No, I don't think you're setting the standard too high, because let's just play through the hypotheticals of what other options are. They missed the playoffs. Disappointment.
That's a big disappointment.
They don't win the AFC West. They're a wild card team, which means they're playing on the road on wild card weekend, and they lose like they did 2 years ago at Buffalo as the 7th seed. That's a disappointment. You win the AFC West, you play a home wild card game or wild card weekend game. You win, then you have to travel or you host divisional round and you lose, which is when you beat Buffalo last year. That would be a disappointment. If you get to the AFC title game and give yourself a chance because your quarterback plays, win or lose, I think you're going to look at it and say, okay, that was a successful season. You'd be disappointed if you lost.
We'd also go, hey, it's Bo's first.
Right. Was he ready for the moment? And then there's also the circumstance. If you lose at home to New England, that'd be disappointing. If you lose on the road at Buffalo, 33-30, it's disappointing, but you're not going to call it a failure.
Yeah.
But I think for the most part, anything short of the AFC title game is going to be a failure of a season.
I think that's fair.
There are different ways. Like, let's say, again, knock on wood, Bo misses 8 games in the middle of the year, but you're able to salvage things and you get to 10 wins, you get into the playoffs, you win a road game, you're the 7 seed and you upset the number 2 seed on the road, and you kind of have this like scrappy sort of rally toward the latter part of the year. Yeah, it's disappointing, but okay, you probably would look at that as a success. So it's the Brandon Stokelyism of like, I got to see it first. It's not just about the record, it's kind of how it looks. But I think just as a sweeping generalization, anything short of the AFC title game is going to feel like a failure of a season. It is.
Yeah, it's just that's what brings the excitement of like, no, there is a bar. There is a standard now finally for what, and I get it, we're doing radio in Denver, but I would probably make the argument, my friends in Kansas City, my friends down in San Antonio, these football markets where we have friends, would go, no, the Broncos are a prestigious franchise of the NFL. They're one of the top tier franchises of the NFL. I think because Sean coming back, finding his quarterback in Bo Nix, Vance, I know what his head coaching tenure was, but as a defensive coordinator, there's not many that demand more respect than what Vance brings. So I think with all of those things, I can't say they're back. Like, they're not where they were when John and Terrell and Mike Shanahan were running things, but they're pretty close to that as being a respected team in the NFL, and then that comes with standards, that comes with expectations. This city goes with the Denver Broncos. I think the toughest fans, sports fans in the city, are Broncos fans because they hold their feet to the fire because there is a standard. The Nuggets are this cute little team that we got one. I can't believe we were that good.
Yeah.
People are starting to come around. I feel like the Avalanche get the biggest pass of all sports teams in this city because hockey fans are just so much smarter than us, and we just couldn't understand.
Correct, yes.
And then baseball is what baseball is because of the team.
I mean, they get a total free pass.
Yeah, because there's no standard
But
at
I
all.
think there's some criticism of the actual product. It just doesn't matter because people still go to the game because it's fun to go down to Coors Field.
I would say the Avs get the biggest pass of teams that should be held to a higher standard.
I would agree with that. And Bronco fans are without a doubt, I don't even think it's close, the harshest group in terms of being critical of the team, as it should be. But no, I are they what they were when John and Terrell were here? No, I mean that's a team that won back-to-back Super Bowls. They had a 3-game stretch where they won nearly 50 regular season games. There was a record at the time in the NFL. Are they what they were when Payton was here?
Was that the, well, I guess Payton. What's like the peak of the Broncos' powers? Is it 98, 99, or is it 20? I mean, you got your ass whooped in the Super Bowl.
I think the 4-year Peyton Manning stretch, they never have won 4 straight AFC West titles other than that stretch. I think that was the best run in Broncos history. The best teams were the team that lost to the Jaguars and then Super Bowl win. That's the greatest 3-year run. But they've never won 4 straight division titles. They won it every year Manning was here. They were the 1 seed 3 times, I think. They went to 2 Super Bowls. They won 1. That was the best run in Broncos history. Are they to that? No, those teams went to Super Bowls. They won Super Bowls. But every other way in which you measure it, this team is back. Look at all their national TV games. They're playing on Black Friday. They're playing on Christmas. They're playing in moments where it's like, man, if we put a stinker of a game up here, that's going to be really bad for the NFL.
I mean, they play the Chiefs on Monday Night Football to start the year.
So they got their national TV games, the marquee matchups, the times where they're the only game that you're able to watch, like Black Friday. Yeah, no, they're back from being one of the elite teams in the NFL. The next step, though, is be a team that's competing for a championship. They were a year ago. You can't look at last year being 14-3, number 1 seed. AFC championship game is in your barn. You lose 10-7 with a backup quarterback. They go to the Super Bowl if Bo Nix doesn't get hurt. Like, you can't be more of a Super Bowl contender and competing for a title than they were a year ago. Now you got to back it up. Now you got to do it multiple years in a row.
Yeah, that question just kind of popped into my head of like, where's the peak of their powers? I would agree with you that 98, 99 are the better teams overall. That Peyton Manning, especially because we're living in the era of social media, of clips and highlights and sports centers and all the shows, and like you got the most attention I think they've ever got in that 4-year stretch. But that team was probably better. And now let's look at a team led by Bo Nix. What's the running back room turn into? What's this Waddle connection turn into? Have they hit it with one of these young tight ends that they've drafted? Maybe their peak is about to come.
Maybe. Those are two.
I know they're two big hurdles to
those
get
are
over.
two very impressive eras, right? Where you're winning high 40s in terms of total number of games in a 3-year span. You go to 2 Super Bowls and win both of them. And then that 4-year run of AFC West titles, going to 2 Super Bowls, winning 1. That's hard to beat. It is a great hypothetical question. We don't have to answer this now. But like, who wins? The 98 Broncos, that's the team that almost went undefeated with 2,000-yard rusher in Terrell Davis, MVP TD. They win the Super Bowl. John Elway's the Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
Or the 2015 Broncos with that defense.
Wow.
That would be.
Because it's just like such a clash of opposites.
That would be a hell of a matchup. So anyhow, as we were talking about it, that's what went through my head. Like, who wins that game?
That's a fun one.
But, I think this team, I'm not typically a fan of run it back, but they were so good. I think running it back makes sense. I think that in the tight end room, I'm counting on the fact that they're going to figure out how to use Evan Ingram in year 2 more effectively than they did in year 1. I'm not as down on the running back room as some people think. I mean, I think R.J. Harvey had a really good rookie year. He scored 12 touchdowns. 7 through the air, 5 on the ground, or the other way around. But either way, it was like he's a guy that's a threat in the passing game and on the ground. J.K. Dobbins had a really good year before he got hurt. 10 games in. Now he tends to always get hurt, so let's see. Jonah Coleman, I think he'll be an interesting option if J.K. does get hurt as kind of that every down back, because they couldn't really find that with Tyler Bidet and Jaleel McLaughlin. I think the ship has sailed on both those guys.
I hope so.
But I don't think their running back room is weak by any means.
I just think it's some unknown.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think Waddle is a great addition. I'm super excited of that signing. I think if this team needed one thing on either side of the ball, they needed a playmaker. They needed a guy that the opposing defensive coordinator worried all week of, like, what are we going to do with him? As good as Cortland Sutton is, and I've come around and I think Cortland Sutton is underappreciated in this town. Do I still think he's a number 1 on most teams? Or is he an elite number 1? He's not. You don't worry about Cortland Sutton if you're the defensive coordinator for the Jags in week 2. You're not. And I don't. They needed to add a playmaker. We can debate whether it needed to be a running back, tight end, or receiver. They needed to add one. They did. Jalen Waddle back before the Dolphins turned into just a dumpster fire, was in that conversation of like a Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase type of a guy. He was just a tick below, and he was ready to make that leap, and then they had all sorts of quarterback issues and head coach issues and all the rest of it. But, like, he's a really good player. But I'm worried about that situation for a couple of reasons. One, we didn't see the Broncos bring in Evan Ingram last year and immediately figure out a way to get him integrated into the offense and get creative and get those mismatches and turn him into the Joker, right? Like, Jalen Waddle's a much better player at his position than Evan Ingram is at his. But that was the big splashy addition last year, and it fell flat. So I'm looking at that saying, okay, I'm going to pump my brakes a little bit on my expectations for
probably
Jalen Waddle because I want to see it. The other part of this is, and Jalen Waddle's a much better player than Marvin Mims, but the last 2 or 3 years, the most explosive player the Broncos have had, the guy that's having 90-yard touchdowns against the Browns, the guy that's having the longest touchdown where the ball was in the air the furthest in the entire league that year was at Cincinnati, and it was Marvin Mims. And at the end of each of the last 2 seasons, it's been like, man, as a coaching staff, we need to figure out how to get Marvin Mims more involved. Now, is that coaching? Is it Bo Nix just feels comfortable with Cortland, and that's why he's the number 1 receiver in the NFL on 3rd down and 4th down, and that's where they're going to go? There's something of like a second guy doesn't emerge. The Broncos just have a random guy every week that's their second leading receiver. That makes me concerned, too, of are we going to see it?
It's identity we're talking about. Like,
right. Like, he's a great player or has the potential to be a great player. He's a great talent. I'm just not convinced whether it's the head coach, whether it's the offense, whether it's the play caller, whether it's the quarterback and who his whoopee is, that we're going to see somebody else come in here and just post big numbers. I'm taking the cautiously optimistic approach of I want to see it before I believe it.
I think especially with the Evan Ingram description or the scenario that you're painting there, like probably smart for all of us to take a little bit of time and see what Jalen Waddle is going to be. I'm excited about his speed. Bo said something, I don't know, Kevin, what was it? The one day that Bo Nix has talked, he talked about Jalen Waddle's ability to stop and cut and not change his speed up as much, which is an elite ability. Nobody on this Broncos offense has that or has had that in a while. Marvin's the closest, but my assumption is they don't like the route running ability as much. That's what I've been told a ton, and why he won't get on the field. I would look at Jalen Waddle as, is he going to be the Broncos' number 1 wide receiver as far as like progression? Yes, he will. He's going to be the first read for Bo Nix. I don't know that.
Is he?
I think so.
I think he should be, but that's part of why I'm wondering what his
Oh,
impact's
you mean
gonna
from
be.
Bo's?
Yeah,
the quarterback's eyeballs.
Like, is he the X? Is he the Z?
I was talking about like the drawing up of it, and yeah, he would be.
I don't know that that's the case either.
See, I think it will be especially with Davis taking over, and he's going to go, hey, if I'm a quarterback and Bo Nix is good at not taking sacks, he wants to take a 3-step drop, plant, and throw. Your first option is going to be Jalen Waddle because he's going to be open faster unless, well, see, this is when it gets fun. Then you have a safety cheating, a linebacker cheating. Cortland has just one-on-one. Bo might default back to it.
And I'm with you. He should be the number 1 option.
And originally I was talking about the play design.
The way it's
3 steps, he's supposed to be there.
If the Broncos were playing the Broncos, who's Pat Surtain covering?
Cortland Sutton.
Okay, then Jalen Waddle's going to have a lot of opportunity because he's being covered by Riley Moss.
Length matchup.
Now, this is part of why it's a really good signing, because that question, there would have been no question last year.
Yeah.
Pat Surtain's covering Cortland Sutton, and whoever else is covering whoever else comes out here. Right. It wouldn't have mattered. Yeah. Now it's actually an interesting dilemma. So if you're a defensive coordinator, you have to make that decision. There's a hypothetical. Obviously, Broncos aren't playing Broncos, but if the Broncos are playing the Broncos and you're VJ, you have to make that decision. Who am I putting PS2 on?
But then that's what I'm saying. You now, Webb and Payton as a duo get to, I don't know if they got to dictate or even consider matchups last year. Now you get to do that of exactly what you're saying. All right, you're going to put Waddle, you're going to have your best corner on Waddle. Cortland's going to eat all day. You're going to you have 2 really good corners. Well, Troy Franklin, Marvin Mims, Pat Bryant. I don't know who the hell it's going to be. Evan Ingram, maybe. I'm not going to hold my breath on that. Then gets the opportunity to eat because you get to dictate matchups.
That's how it should go. But then there's egos that get involved. Like,
yeah.
Do you think the Broncos are going to have to play this careful at all with giving Cortland Sutton the respect that he deserves of like, yeah, he's the number 1 guy. Of course he's the number one guy.
See, I don't think Cortland's that sort of dude. And I'm going to go to was it last year or Bo's rookie year, where Cortland Sutton didn't have a target in the first half, and there was a little, I don't know if somebody was mic'd up or something. Bo goes to Cortland and says, you need to let me know if I haven't thrown you the ball in an entire half. Every other wide receiver, Brandon Staley would let you know he hasn't spoke in 3 minutes if he hadn't spoke on his radio show. Every other wide receiver is going to let you know, I need to be involved in this.
That's a fair point. And I think that was the Saints game.
I think you're right.
Where he basically was a non-factor.
Yeah,
he spent
because Bo rushed for 70-something yards.
Yeah.
This is leading career high.
He spent the entire night essentially being a decoy, and most number one receivers, that would have been an issue, even in victory.
Mm-hmm.
And Cortland wasn't that way. That's another factor in it of like, do the Broncos try to overcompensate of, hey, we brought in this guy, but you've been here a long time, and you're our number one, and you're still our guy, and we still love you. Like, that's a factor in it. The other part of it is, and look, I'll just repeat this. Jalen Waddle's so much better player than Marvin Mims. Marvin Mims just was the receiver down there that was explosive.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have the ability to run routes like Jalen Waddle, the getting in and out of breaks quickly like Jalen Waddle. Like, that's a unique talent. He doesn't have the football IQ of Jalen Waddle. Part of that's just hasn't been on the field as much. But, like, they're not even close. But that is just another factor in why I'm wondering how it's going to go. And then here's the final one. It takes a while to build a rapport and timing with your quarterback. The quarterback hasn't been on the field the entire offseason.
Yeah.
He's been building rapport and timing with Jarrett Stidham, not with Bo Nix. Not saying that that's a huge issue and that you can't figure that out in camp.
Still matters, though.
It does take some time. So if the first month of the season, Jalen Waddle doesn't have this crazy production, I don't think anybody should push the panic button. We get to Halloween and we're still waiting for the big Jalen Waddle game. Okay, start to worry. You get to Thanksgiving. Now we're asking questions of what in the world is going on.
Well, is it fair? I don't think this is going to happen, but it's not out of the realm of possibilities. If it just looks a country mile off at training camp, we're going to have some things to talk about.
Yes.
Because it's exactly what you just said. Oh, they haven't been on the same field together until today, and it's very obvious.
Yeah, and it'll be things where it's like, the ball is being thrown too early, being thrown too late.
Yep.
It's over his head. It's at his feet. Just that stuff. It just looks ugly. It just looks
It's
off.
behind him when he's turned around too late, whatever the case.
Yeah, and like camp, you got to take everything at camp with a grain of salt. But I remember writing the article, Russell Wilson's first training camp,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like week 3, and it was, hey, Russell Wilson finally had a good day. And I remember getting ripped on social media by the guys at the station where, they're the state-sponsored media over there.
Mouthpieces, yeah.
I'm like, nobody else has said it. He's looked awful.
Mm-hmm.
The defense is dominated for 2 weeks. And they always look good early, but, like, at some point, we got to point this out of, like, they've been bad. At some point, if Bo Nix and Jalen Waddle aren't on the same page, day one, not going to be too worried about it. If we're in the second week of camp and they're still not on the same page, that conversation is warranted.
I will say, to your point about Russell, Bo kind of did this in year 1 was weird because it's like the back and forth, but it's like, hey, when's the offense going to win?
Right.
When's the offense going to have a good day? It took way too long in the past.
Russ's first training camp was when Justin Simmons and the defense were just trash-talking the offense every single day to where Russ had to bring the offense in and try and give him a pep talk, and Justin Simmons is out there chirping them as they're doing their pep talk.
That's right. I remember that.
Like,
good observation.
Okay,
oh, thanks, Coach.
This is a bad sign for this team because that defense wasn't that good.
Mm-hmm.
And if this group was dominating the offense, we'd be like, well, we kind of expect it.
Yeah, Justin Simmons trash talking, you got a problem, dude.
When that defense was chirping you, it was that was maybe a bigger sign than that Buffalo debacle in the preseason.
Quick text from NoCo Dungeon Master, calls himself.
Wow.
Says, one of my daughter's amazing accomplishments 5 years ago, she was the rodeo princess in Laramie Jubilee. Oh, for Laramie Jubilee days, and she was on the ticket. That's pretty cool. Like, her face is on the ticket when you go
really
by.
cool.
So proud and loves the show. That's pretty awesome up there. So your daughter crushing it out there, and face on the ticket of the event. That means you're doing something pretty well. Also got to read this one. This past season, my son ran a 4-minute and 59-second mile. Apparently, that's becoming pretty common in high school, but still impressed me. That should impress you. A sub 5-minute mile is impressive no matter what you're doing.
If your life depended on it, could you go out and run a 5-minute mile?
Absolutely not.
I think it'd be like, well, you might as well kill me because that's going
Yeah,
to.
I'm throwing up 4 minutes in and not getting back up.
No way.
Hey, if you chase me with a snake, I'm running that thing in 2 minutes.
Really?
Oh,
No,
yeah.
until you throw up and can't move.
Me and Usain Bolt won't even catch me.
I guess if you are in fear, because Kevin and I have the same fear of snakes.
I hate snakes.
Oh, so you're with me.
Yeah.
I literally yesterday, I'm like, my golf ball went over there, but this is where snakes live, so you guys can look for my ball. I'm not even going to step foot into that high grass.
Did you see that footage of, like, there was a flood in Missouri or whatever?
It was a snake factory in China.
Oh, is that where it was?
And they were, like, farming snakes.
All the cobras and pythons?
And they were all out. And you see the little kids?
No.
I didn't even show you this, Kevin, because he's terrified of snakes. There was, like, little kids gathering up and getting in groups to just round up snakes, and they're picking them up and they're putting them around their necks and just it was disgusting, dude. Disgusting.
I thought this was like the floods that they had back, in Missouri and stuff.
No, the one I saw was like a snake farm in China.
And I was like, if there were like 12 snakes that got out, they should tell people, we'll give you $1 million for every one of these snakes you catch.
Yeah. I found a snake in my backyard 2 weeks ago, and I asked the lady, I'm like, how much you like this house? We'll sell it today.
I'm with you. Well, I'm not sleeping tonight.
Sorry, I won't send you the video moving forward. Let's get into a quick Nuggets and Avs conversation. I also want to talk a little bit about that NFL Network list. 2 new names came up today. One's a quarterback. It's not named Bo Nix, so he's got to be better than this guy, right? We'll tell you who next.
They're back. Our free limited edition training camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Cecil Lammy here for SodaDietNutrition.com. Listen, 5 years ago I lost 60 pounds with soda, and I'm never going back. Why? Because they set up a dynamic diet for me that is custom fit for me. Listen, everybody has different food responses, food preferences. They have different schedules, work schedules, when can you work out, all those sorts of things. So for me, I always use that as my excuse. Well, I'm fat because I can't lose weight because I don't have time. BS. It's bogus. Soda taught me the way. How to eat, what to eat, when to eat. And having that personalized nutritionist along the way was a huge benefit. Why? Because sometimes you need help. You're out and about. You need to text somebody, hey, what can I eat? Here's a menu. I'm at a restaurant. What can I eat on this menu? Your nutritionist is there to help you make those good decisions. And making those good decisions puts you in a good weight, puts you in your healthy weight. You want to start your weight loss journey, SodaDietNutrition.com, SodaDietNutrition.com, and 866-800-SODA, because soda is, S-O-T-A is, say it with me, state of the art.
Men, when addressing the problem of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, because every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and at our practices, we offer the full range of ED treatment protocols and can even combine therapies to help make those intimate moments special, both for you and your partner. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're the leader in treating ED in the area. Our medical providers specialize in men's sexual health and understand that no 2 cases are alike, which means you'll get the right treatment for you based on sound medical evaluation and appropriate applications of medical therapies. Plus, we offer treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most men, you'll get your sex life back. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
All right, barbecue fans, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040 with something special for you that we're cooking up for the best free meal in all of Denver. Now, in addition to my delicious smoked pulled pork that we serve on nearly a monthly basis and my copycat Chipotle chicken recipe that has a kiss of smoke and is fantastic, our friends over at Old Style Sausage, a local company that makes these sausages that are custom made for the smoker, Mike Daborski over there is going to give us some, so this summer they will join the menu at the best free meal in Denver. We're here to help. It's every first and third Thursday. You get free groceries and a hot meal for the night. No questions asked. You just pull up and pop the trunk. It's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road, E Hills Church from 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word.
The rent's coming up. Also, gotta get groceries. And I should probably set up an emergency fund. Plus, I want to start my own business. Sorta. Maybe. But first, a trip I've been dying to take.
Wings is here to make sure it all adds up. Wings Credit Union. Let's figure it out together. Insured by NCUA.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here. If your home's hot upstairs and cold downstairs, that's more than annoying. It's a sign your system's leaking air and wasting money. And with utility bills climbing, energy efficiency matters. That's why homeowners trust AeroSeal Colorado. Their innovative sealing technology boosts comfort, cuts energy use, and even gives you cleaner indoor air as a nice bonus. Customers love it. A 4.9 Google rating, and some folks practically write books after the job's done. AeroSealColorado.com fixes what others can't even find. AeroSeal. Comfort sealed.
Summer in Colorado means more water use. Call Benjamin Franklin for water heaters, drains, water quality, and more. Available 24/7 with a satisfaction guarantee. Look at BenjaminFranklinDenver.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on the Fan. LA faces New York in baseball action starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is tackle. TACKLE. Text tackle to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's tackle to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Yeah, see, here it is, James. Is this on your yacht hitting golf balls into the ocean? Doesn't get much better than that.
No. Cooler with some ice cold beverages.
Yeah, wouldn't hurt. I bet he had a couple of those.
I'm guessing so. That is a pretty good day right there.
Alex, you are our soccer guy. Did his star rise bigger than anybody in the entire World Cup? Talking about Holland from Norway.
Definitely in the U.S. That's one of those ones where a lot of people know his name. He's a very prolific striker. Great set of highlights if you ever watch it. But here in the U.S., and obviously it's a huge following here in the U.S., all went aboard and were like, yeah, this guy's awesome.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I definitely think his stock grew the most.
He's fun. Like, he's entertaining.
Yeah.
He's built like a freaking Greek god.
He's
got the
impossible
blonde
to miss
hair.
on the field the way he looks physically.
It's like I always said about Demaryius Thomas. You build a wide receiver, you build him. If you built a soccer player, you're probably building that body frame and that style of play.
Yeah, and a lot of soccer players aren't, like from a stature standpoint, they look kind of like normal dudes.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't.
No,
right?
not at all.
He stands out. He's got the haircut. He's a great player. So yeah, there were a lot of things that went into it that made him the breakout star. His team did really well. It wasn't like they were out a month ago. Like they got all the way to the Elite 8 or whatever it was. So to me, he was the biggest breakout star.
Plus Norway, forgive my ignorance, Alex. They do that's the thing, right? So everybody gets involved in the rowing because it's fun to do.
All in all, was there a single thing about the World Cup that you didn't like? I don't know that it could have been a bigger success. You also get the final that's 1 versus 2.
Mm-hmm.
Like, ultimately, that's what you want.
Yeah, I mean,
the U.S. could have I didn't expect them to win. When they lost, they could have lost going down with a better fight and not in such embarrassing fashion. I would have liked that to have been different. But the World Cup was awesome. All these fans from around the world coming here and just loving Buc-ee's and Walmart and Costco
Ella Langley
and everything else. And that was right before 4th of July when most of that was happening. It's the 250th birthday of the country.
Yeah.
We all kind of, it's like living in Colorado. You kind of forget, look at this view I have every single day.
Mm-hmm.
You just take it for granted. I think we all kind of felt that way. You get that way a little bit about where we live, and then these other people come in here and this place is awesome. You got, Chili's. Like, wow.
A triple dipper. What's that?
Right. Ranch dressing. They're blown away by ranch dressing. I just think all in all, the stadiums where they hosted the events, would have liked them had it here, but whatever. Like it was just a huge, huge success.
And you know what? Kevin just told me we should have brought back the McRib just for them.
Yes.
Like you gotta get a taste of this.
The
bad boy.
McRib and the Shamrock Shake.
Oh,
I know it's not March, but you gotta have the Shamrock
Shake's
Shake.
clutch. I do like the idea of them going triple dipper. This is unbelievable.
Right. Like we take our ability to just be gluttonous.
Yes.
So for granted.
That's right. Are you locked?
Sorry, really quick. I had to look at Holland's, just his physicality. I think I saw Messi, the best player, 5'7". Holland is 6'5".
Damn.
So there's your difference there.
And they're being nice to Messi with 5'7".
And at 6'5", you could probably drop him into like a football field, like an NFL field. We'll probably run a couple people over.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be dominated. That's for sure. You locked in for the World Cup final? Third place match, I'm probably not for me, but the final I'll be. Actually, it's Sunday. So Sunday, British Open, you can watch the bad golf course and see who wins that thing.
See who wins on the dirt.
And then roll right into the FIFA final.
No, that is a really good sports day. Now, because the British Open, as much as I dislike it because it's so aesthetically awful to look at. Like, look at the view, right? It's all brown. We finally saw some green.
It's because it's the actual green.
it's so ugly. But it's a major, and it's fun because all the big names are there. Scotty's moving up the board today. Bryson's moving up the board today. So that'll make for fun. And then, middle of the afternoon, you get to watch the World Cup final. Messi, the semifinal game, his performance, his ability, like
the pass on that second goal,
dude,
was. I have fun with stuff like soccer porn. That's what that was.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
It was ridiculous. And anytime you're watching the best in the world at anything, and then there's one guy where you're like, oh my God, and he's so much better than the rest of them. It was like Tiger in his heyday.
Mm-hmm.
Like these are the best golfers in the world, and he makes them look silly. He's so much better. That's how that guy is on a soccer field. So, like his ability when he dribbles, it's like the ball is glued to his cleat. It's amazing the way he can control it. It never gets more than about a foot from his foot. And then his ability on some of the passes where it's like when it's in midair and it's like he's got it on a fishing line and just starts reeling it back in to slow it down and drop it right where he wants. It's unbelievable to watch. If you can't watch that and appreciate it, you just want to hate soccer.
Yeah.
You just do. Because it was phenomenal.
I've never been the biggest soccer guy. Alex helped me get into a bunch because he's a big Mexico fan. So I'm like, I'm rooting for my dude Alex. So I got into it via that. And then honestly, the Americans, we kind of celebrate the round of 32, which is that's what losers do, but it's what we've done the entire existence of that team and that sport. So I guess we got to do that one more time. That's
going down to some places and being able to watch it with other fans and the crowd going nuts, like it was cool. It does kind of make you though want to have higher expectations. Like how awesome would it be if you were downtown Sunday in McGregor Square?
Oh yeah,
and the U.S. is playing in the final.
I mean, dude, a soccer match with this level of it, and you're in stoppage time or the final 10 minutes of regular time, and it's a 1-goal game. I know it's weird for me to even say because I'm not the biggest soccer guy, but that's some pretty high drama action that's going on.
Yeah,
every moment matters.
The England-Argentina game, I don't care who wins. I didn't have money on the game. I don't have a rooting interest. I was like on the edge of my seat watching the last 10 minutes of regulation of that game the other night because it's a little bit like watching a Game 7 in the NHL playoffs. If it's the Avs, of course that's better for me. But if it's Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final and it's Carolina and Vegas or whoever, I'm like all stressed out and into it. Like it's that. So it'll be. I hope the final is a great game because it'll be just the cherry on top of what has been a terrific Sunday that also just gave us something during the slowest sports time of the year to watch and to follow and to be into. The thing could not have been a bigger success.
Kev, you got some for us?
What would you guys rather have, or do you think Americans would rather have? Team USA win the Olympics or the FIFA World Cup, or have their own team win their own championship? So, like, what would New York fans rather have? The Knicks win a championship or Team USA win the World Cup?
So, like, for me being a basketball fan, the Nuggets win another title or Team USA wins the World Cup.
Yeah,
I don't care you-know-what's about Team USA winning the World Cup. Give Nicola another trophy. Let's build a statue tomorrow.
Yeah, because then it's a little bit more selfish, right? The
Yeah.
people in Boston are sad.
I feel like I have ties to Nikola Jokic. I don't, but I feel like I do.
If you could tell me CU is going to win the national title in football, or Team USA wins the World Cup, I'm taking the Buffs all day long.
Yeah, right.
Not even close.
Right.
Not even close.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. Local teams trump the national soccer team. Would I feel that way about basketball, baseball, or football? I don't know that I would.
Well, basketball, we cheered for Serbia.
Well, that was just one game.
Well, we cheer when LeBron's not on the team.
Sure.
Then we'll come back.
Are you talking like, do you care if the U.S. wins an Olympic gold medal?
Right.
I mean, I was into the game. I wanted them to win. I didn't understand the people who were rooting against Team USA against Belgium because of the whole, they got the red card rescinded. Like, give me a break. You're rooting against your own country. What are we doing? I'd rather they win. If they don't win the gold medal in the Olympics, I'm not going to care. It actually gives me something to kind of mock, so that's fine.
Right, yeah.
What were the other
That's
What were
fun,
the other
too.
options? Like the hockey game was great.
Yeah.
Had they lost that game, I would have been over it 5 minutes after the game was over.
There we go. Would we have rather had the Avs win the Stanley Cup or Team USA win gold?
The
The
Avs.
Avs, 100%.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Right? Like we just had that happen, right? So Team USA won. That was awesome. It was a fun Sunday morning. You had a couple breakfast burritos and some mimosas, and then you're back in bed by like 10. It was great. But as awesome as that didn't offset the Avs losing in the Western Conference Finals. It didn't.
No.
It didn't make me feel like 2026 was a great hockey year.
No, it wasn't.
At all.
Nope. It's a good question, Kev. Fun stuff right there. All right. I swear we're getting into this top 100 list. There are 2 new names on it. One's a quarterback, and it's not Bo. So he's got to be better than this dude, right? That's coming up next.
ESPN polled NFL execs, coaches, and scouts to rank the best players at every position, and the Broncos skill guys got dismissed. Bo Nix led 7 game-winning drives, took Denver to the AFC Championship game, and didn't crack the top 17 quarterbacks. Meanwhile, Courtney Sutton just made the NFL top 100 for the first time. The team added Jalen Waddle, and nobody outside of Colorado seemed to notice. Are the league's decision makers sleeping on Denver's offense, or is there work to be done on Davis Webb's side of the ball? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, bit to get 30, bit to get 20, 20, 20, bit to get 20, 20, bit to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
What's up, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. If degenerative joints are trapping you in pain, then you need to go see my friends at Regen RX in Denver, because they can help you reclaim your freedom to move, to explore, and live life on your own terms. Their natural stem cell and PRP therapy uses your body's own healing power to set you free. Pain-free, that is. So get your free consultation today and give them a call at 303-630-9770, or you can visit them online at regenrx.co. And right now, you can get 50% off of your first shockwave therapy treatment in July. So give them a call again at 303-630-9770.
Hey, this is Rob Biandino at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. If you've been injured in a car accident or property damage, you need our help. I handle all my cases personally. I know all the medical experts, all the damage experts to get you the most for your injuries and your damages. If you're injured in an accident, call me. I will go to war for you. The insurance company knows that I'm a trial lawyer. That will get you more money, a better settlement at the end of the day. Give me a ring, 720-706-5111. 5151. Hit me up at beattheda.com.
2026 is shaping up to be an amazing year to buy a home in Colorado. If you've been dreaming about getting into your first place, upgrading for more space, or downsizing for a simpler lifestyle, now is a smart time to start planning. And the first step is easy. Get pre-approved. With American Financing, you can get it done in 24 hours or less, so you'll know exactly what you can afford before you start shopping. Rates have been dropping, home prices are steady, and more homes are hitting the market. You could score the right home at the right price and lock in a monthly payment that fits your budget without stretching yourself thin. And unlike renting, every payment you make goes toward your future, not your landlord's. And here's a misconception that they love to bust. You don't need 20% down. Many buyers purchase with as little as 3% down. So if home ownership is on your 2026 goals list, make it happen. Call American Financing, 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Denver Deck Builders can absolutely build you a great deck, but as their owner, Ron Gibbs, explained to me, they can do so much more.
Well, sometimes people will want a roof over it. Sometimes they'll want a kitchen, hot tub. But whatever the family needs are, the bottom line is they're wanting to spend time outside in a little bit different environment than their kitchen table. They're with their kids, their friends, and they're enjoying building relationships and building memories.
Start planning your dreams with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
One Wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, James Marilat hanging out for Cecil Lammy. We still want to hear from you guys on your kids' biggest accomplishments. I got to play golf with Horace Pugh, Mallory Pugh's father, yesterday, and he shared some fun stuff with her, and it got me thinking, hey, what are these accomplishments our kids, or in my case, his nephew, nieces have done in the sports-wise or other worlds that made you real proud? Share it at 303-713-1043. That's the RamosLaw.com text line. Share it on YouTube, youtube.com/DenverSports. Get in over there on Tribe Chat, fueled by our friends over at Sean Honda. I want to hit you guys up and give you a little love with what your kids have accomplished. All right, I want to get into this list. I also want to remind everybody on Monday from noon to 1, plan your lunch hour to head up to Brighton. That's the next giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We're going to be at Santiago's in Brighton, located at 1150 East Bridge Street. So the Santiago's on Bridge Street in Brighton. You can get one per person while supplies last. For more details or to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. That's DenverSports.com/shirt.
Make sure you're there early. They go quick.
The line gets there pretty fast.
Get in line well before the time they start getting passed out, because I think yesterday they were going in 8 minutes.
What?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
In Golden. 8 minutes.
So it's a battle. Be safe, but get there and get lined up. All right, so NFL.com's doing their top 100. They do it every year. This one carries a little bit more weight because it's voted upon by players and not just some knucklehead in the media like James and I. They're doing it 2 players a day. They're really dragging this out as long as they can. Again, it's summer. I can understand from a content perspective. So today's new names are 2. One's a quarterback, one's a safety. In at number 61, that's the highest player. It's Kevin Byard from New England, the free safety there. All right, pretty solid player. In at 61, I'm not going to cry or complain too much about that position.
No.
But at number 62 is Trevor Lawrence, quarterback from the Jacksonville Jaguars, played 17 games last year, had a 60% completion percentage, 4,007 passing yards. That's like 74, 77 more than Bo Nix. 29 passing touchdowns to 12 interceptions, 9 rushing touchdowns on 359 rushing yards. That's a pretty damn good season.
Yeah.
And it's first year under Liam Cohen. It looks like that relationship's going to thrive, and Trevor might actually turn into the guy he was supposed to be when drafted. So, James, I'll ask you, at 62 and just kind of Trevor versus Bo, does that mean Bo's not on this list, or he's just higher coming in next week ahead of Trevor Lawrence?
I think it's because he's higher, and I think he'll be a little bit higher. I think he and Trevor Lawrence are in that same tier. Quarterbacks you can win with, really good quarterbacks, but maybe the potential to be great, but they're not great yet. They're just not. They don't have the old pelts on the wall to be able to say that they're great. They haven't won enough in the postseason. They haven't done it consistently enough. Like Trevor Lawrence had a really good year. Do it again. Bo Nix had a really good year. Got his team to 14 wins. Got into the AFC title game. Do it again. That's what the great ones do. They're able to repeat it. It's why the Drake May hysteria to me is like, I want to see it again. Like I think there's a better chance that Drake May just had the best year he's ever going to have in his career than there is that he's going to have a better year moving forward at any point down the line. So, you know, I think Bo Nix was 68 last year on this list. I can't imagine after going 14-3 he's going to fall off of it. I also don't think he's going to jump into the top 50. So I think he's going to be in the 50s. I think we'll see him some point next week, and he's going to be 4 or 5 spots ahead of Trevor Lawrence. If Trevor Lawrence had been 4 or 5 spots ahead of Bo Nix, I wouldn't have thrown it.
Okay.
I think that's about right.
See, and I did the show with Will at one point during Cecil's time off, and I have my little quarterback list that I update, and it's me being a stupid sports nerd of like, I do my own little quarterback rankings every other week, basically, and just keep it on my notes. I got to get more friends. But I have what it was at the end of last year, and obviously nothing's changed. I go 1 through 10, and then I have Trevor Lawrence at 11, and Bo Nix is next. And how I put it is like Trevor's at 11, and I have like Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Brock Purdy, Hurts, Daniel Jones, Jared Goff are all kind of like the next tier.
Okay.
And however you personally want to put them in order, I'd go, well, whatever, it's your list. I'd start with Bo Nix. So that would mean he's the 12th best quarterback in the NFL, 1 spot behind Trevor Lawrence, but the NFL list is disagreeing with me. I will also say this, and I think you're going to know this knowing some players the way we get to know some players. Football guys vote on this, the players. They don't watch football.
No.
Outside of what they're doing, right? They just don't have the time to do it. So I think some of this is like, oh, man, I got to vote on this top 100 player list. The Broncos won 14 games. Bo Nix is a quarterback. Bo Nix has been great, right? And you just give him a nod because of what the box score, if you will, said he did that season.
Yeah, and then there's also reputation. And Trevor Lawrence had a really good year last year. His reputation prior to last year was this guy's been a disappointment.
When they came to Denver, the Jags were a really, really good team that week. They were on a stretch where they were playing some damn good football. It was like a 8-week stretch for Jacksonville. It might have been the best 8-week stretch for any team in football.
I believe the Broncos lost that game 34-17.
I think so.
So, I mean, put up 34 points in Denver against that Broncos defense. It wasn't like, oh, that was a game when a bunch of guys were out.
34-20.
Guys were hurt. Okay, 34-20. So Denver got dominated in that game as much as they did in any of their losses. Certainly more than they did in the AFC title game. So, like, you have them at 11 and 12 on your personal list. I think they're going to end up on this NFL 100 57 and 62. And if they were flip-flopped and it was the other way around, and like I say, Trevor Lawrence was at 57 and Bo was at 62, I wouldn't quibble with that at all. I think they're very similar quarterbacks in terms of where they're at tier-wise, not necessarily in how they play, although their stats are pretty darn similar. Their yards were the same. The touchdowns were about the same. Their ability to make plays with their feet is about the same. If I was picking a team to go try and win the game, and it's like, oh, you were right before me and you took Bo, I got to settle for Trevor, I wouldn't be disappointed, or vice versa. If you took Trevor, now I get Bo.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take my chances. I think they're very similar quarterbacks. I'm curious who's in your top 10. Real quick, do you have it in front of you?
Yeah, I have it in front of me.
Hey,
it goes Stafford. This is in order. Stafford, Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Joe Burrow, Dak, Herbert, These two people gave me pushback on, but I gave them the respect. If you get to the Super Bowl and you're a quarterback, you're going to be on my top 10 list. Sam Darnold, Drake May, Jordan Love, 1 through 10.
Okay. I mean, those are all good quarterbacks. That tells me that it's not beyond the realm of possibilities that Bo Nix becomes a top 10 quarterback this year.
I think he could close the Jordan Love gap like this season.
I think he can close that gap. I think Lamar is falling off a cliff. I think when you're a guy who he's a dual threat quarterback, the one threat's going to go away as you age, and his development as a passer has not matched. Like, that graph isn't going up at the same pace that the graph of his ability to make plays with his feet is going down. So I think that's one where you could catch him. I'm with you. I think Dak's a really good quarterback.
I actually think he's underrated in most circles.
I think he is too. And I think he gets a lot of grief because he's plays for the Cowboys, and the Cowboys underachieve, and they blame the quarterback.
This is when I told Will he was my sixth quarterback. He thought that was crazy.
I don't think that's crazy at all. I think Jordan Love and I think Lamar Jackson are two guys that Bo can pass this year.
Yeah.
I mean, Stafford's going to be on there for one more year, and then he's going to walk off into the sunset. One or two maybe, but I mean he's at the tail end of it here. Who was like 7, 8, 9 again?
Herbert was 7.
I think Herbert's a really good player.
And then I went Sam Darnold, Drake May, giving them their respect for what they just accomplished.
Okay. I think if Bo gets the Super Bowl, he could jump both of them.
Exactly, and he would.
So he's not that far off from having a chance to be a top 5 quarterback. Because your number 2 guy is Mahomes. Well, let's see what he's like after the ACL.
Yeah.
I mean, modern medicine and NFL training and all the rest of that, but he's also a guy, he's not, in his first 2 or 3 years here. Let's see how that, there is a very real possibility that Bo Nix jumps into the top 10 this year and is knocking at the door of the top 5.
I'm with you.
It's not crazy. That's not me looking at life through orange-colored glasses.
He's got work to do, but it's not out of the realm of possibilities. All right, earlier we talked about the tight end being a hole or a question for the Denver Broncos. Certainly is, but what others are out there? Let's talk about that next.
3 and 9. That was Coach Prime's reality last season, and it forced a total reset. Deion Sanders told the country no more chasing 5-star mercenaries through the portal. This time, 43 transfers, 0 5 stars, all guys with something to prove. His words, hungry players who won't bolt at the first sign of adversity. And on the high school side, 20 commits for 2027. CU's best class of the Sanders era so far. So is this the blueprint that finally works in Boulder, or is it too little too late? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Philip Lindsay here. Do you need a new roof, gutters, or exterior needs? Monarch is your one-stop shop, backed by 16 years of experience and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Their in-house insurance team fights for you, and their white glove service means every detail is handled with care. Competitive pricing, award-winning craftsmanship, and the only roofer the Denver Broncos chose to endorse. A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
It's easy to find your groove. As America celebrates, Groove Toyota, the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver Metro, has more reasons to celebrate. Choose from hundreds of pre-owns, 40 under 15 grand. GrooveToyota.com, plus Groove Toyota has more than 100 used Toyotas, including Toyota Certifieds with full warranties available. Hurry into our Red, White, and Drive event. Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere.
Offer expires 7/31/26. Not all will qualify. Restrictions apply. With approved credit, call 720-961-4465 for complete details.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Drive is heading to Aurora Hills Golf Course on July 17th from 2 to 6 p.m. Zach By and Philip Lindsay live from Aurora's original municipal course, a centrally located gem with great course conditions and reasonable fees. Live broadcast at Aurora Hills Golf Course July 17th.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. They have amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
All new drinks are now at McDonald's, with refreshers like the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher and the Mango Pineapple Refresher with popping boba, to crafted sodas like the Sprite Berry Blast with berry flavors and cold foam. Who knew ice cold drinks could be so fire? 6 all-new drinks are here now at McDonald's.
Refreshers contain caffeine.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN at KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on the Fan. LA faces New York in baseball action starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
It's the best. We're grateful for you guys rocking with us. James Marilat sitting in for Cecil today. We got another hour before we get out of the way, and the Drive is going to take over. The Drive, by the way, on remote this afternoon. They're over at Aurora Hills, one of the few beautiful, lovely Aurora golf courses that are out there. So if you're out and about, or maybe you're streaming us right now on like hole 16, hang for an hour.
Yeah.
Go talk to the guys on the Drive. They'll be kicking it all day.
What a great day to be hanging out at a golf course.
Oh,
all
so
afternoon.
nice. I was at that golf course yesterday.
Beautiful Friday afternoon in July, talking sports, playing some golf. Like that is, I mean, you know, you're maybe not a Norwegian soccer star in terms of a great day.
Yeah.
But that's pretty close. It's still not bad.
Is there anything better? I feel like you and I have a problem of turning my brain off. And by problem, I mean I don't know how to do that. The closest I get to is at the golf course. Like, work doesn't matter. Life doesn't matter. Hit the freaking white ball towards that stick out there. That's the only thing that matters.
Yeah, that's a good spot for it. There are a few places where I can kind of do it. Like, I tend to put my phone, when you're driving the cart, I put it up there. I tend to look at it more than I should. Usually because I'm playing golf on days I'm supposed to be working.
Don't tell anyone.
So it's not quite the brain shut off. Like the best one ever for me, and I'm past these days, but motorcycle riding, like because you can't check it, right? Like in the car, I know we're not supposed to, but we do. But like that to me was like totally shut off the brain because you have to completely focus on what you're doing. Otherwise, it's extremely dangerous. It's probably pretty dangerous even when you are focusing on it. That's what I loved about it most, was just out on the open road, driving around, and not thinking about anything other than what I was doing. That's great. Being on a boat is now the closest I can get to that, of like put some tunes on.
Yeah.
You know, the cooler's right there.
Yep.
I'm circling around, pulling whoever wants to wakeboard or surf or ski or whatever, and I'm just in my element. That's a pretty darn good day, too.
The boat's a good one. That's a real good one. All right, again, tell us some of your kids' accomplishments or where you turn your brain off. We're having some fun with the text line. RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Same deal on YouTube.com/DenverSports, our tribe chat, fueled by Champ Honda. All right, earlier, James, we were talking about an NFL.com article where they say the tight end room is the biggest issue, the biggest remaining question mark of the Denver Broncos. I don't have a ton of pushback. Yes, that's still a concern. But there are three other things I thought we could talk about. One, we sort of got into the running back room of I'm much more optimistic about this year's running back room than last year's because they didn't have a backup plan, and the backup plan was all unknown of R.J. Harvey. They're still unknown with Jonah Coleman. I ride with my guy Cease. He loves what he sees out of him. I'm going to believe Cecil's scouting. And then R.J. Harvey, you said it earlier, that dude's just a touchdown machine. I assume he'll be another great pass-catching running back out of the backfield. But running back room would be something I'd go, yeah, I got to see this starting in a couple weeks. The other one is something we've talked about today too, Bo taking that next step. We just talked about it. Can he go from, kind of where I have him at 12-ish to inside the top 10, inside the top 5 if they make a Super Bowl run? And then something that you talked about yesterday and a little bit earlier today of Jalen Waddle. I think he's going to be good. I think he's going to be a great fit for the Denver Broncos. But again, much like Jonah Coleman and what he brings to the running back room, I can say it until I'm blue in the face. 2 weeks from today, I'll get to go out there and see it. I believe I'm going to like what I have to see and then say what I'm seeing from that position. But I do want to see it first. You brought up something great earlier, too, of like they haven't even thrown a ball yet together. How long does that take? So I'd go tight end. Yeah, NFL.com got that part right. There's some questions. Running back room still lives in the back of my head. Bo elevating and taking the next step still lives there, too. And then the major offseason acquisition, your first-round draft pick, has got to be basically a plug-and-play type of player. And I think he will, but I can't just sit here and say with 100% confidence that he will.
Yeah, okay, so look, I think the running back room is better than it was a year ago. I mean, R.J. Harvey being year 2 makes him better. JK,
is there any sort of, unknown of Jonah, though?
And I think Jonah adds look, he can't be any worse than Tyler Bede and Jaleel McLaughlin as the third back. I really don't believe he. And if he is worse, you still got those guys.
Although, thank goodness for Tyler Bede saying no to the fake punt.
Yes.
Because a rookie's not going to have the balls to do that.
Probably not. But, I don't think he's going to be a worse third back. And if he is, those other guys can just be the third back.
Mm-hmm.
And JK, he's coming off injury, but that's every year. So I don't think the running back room is worse. I think there's a pretty good chance it's better. They don't have a star there. JK can say he's going to lead the league in rushing all day long. He's not, first of all. The other part of this is he's not a star. He's a good back. He's a 6 or a 7. And I think R.J. Harvey's a 5, has a chance to maybe be a 6 or a 7, but they don't have an elite running back. But that's okay. You don't have to have one. I think that room is fine. I think Bo Nix taking the next leap. I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised how much better he is when the offense is in rhythm, when he's not getting the play so late, when they're not getting the line of scrimmage so late. Now, I think that's going to be better because of Davis Webb, because I think, and Sean admitted this isn't me being mean or me being an ageist. This is what Sean Payton said, is that, hey, at 62, I kind of got feet of clay when it comes to calling plays. So we got to have somebody that's quicker with it, that's thinking ahead, that's a little bit more aggressive, that I think is probably thinking a little bit more like his quarterback who is in his 20s. I think that's going to help Bo Nix go to the next level. And I think the other piece of that is Bo Nix now has the best weapon he's ever had. Jalen Waddle is the most talented weapon Bo Nix has played with in the NFL. Jalen Waddle is the best wide receiver the Broncos have had since Cortland Sutton pre-ACL. We forget how good that guy was.
Mm-hmm.
He's a really good receiver now, but to call him a possession receiver isn't fair. But he's not that freak athlete that would win 90% of 50-50 balls that he was before he tore the ACL up in Pittsburgh. Jalen Waddle's the best receiver they've had since pre-ACL Cortland, who was the best receiver they had since Demaryius Thomas. He's the most talented guy they've had. So I think it's going to take some time for that to all come together. The Broncos are going to have to figure out as a coaching staff how to use him. They showed us last year, all right, Evan Ingram, big new toy. It took a while for them to figure out how to get it much out of him, and I don't know that they ever did figure it out. And then 2 years in a row, they've said, wow, we need to do a better job of getting Marvin Mims involved. Okay, well, that's a concern.
Yeah, you still don't.
That's your big play guy. Jalen Waddle's a better player than either one of those two. I understand it, but let's see it. And then I do think there's a comfortability, and this isn't a bad thing, but Bo loves Cortland. That's where he goes on third down. That's where he goes on fourth down. That's where I would go too.
Yeah.
But is that going to be his default all the time, or is he going to realize, hey, Jalen Waddle's where he's supposed to be, and he's open. Marvin Mims might be where he's supposed to be and might be open, or I might go to throw it there, and it's just a DB because I don't know where in the hell Marvin is.
Yeah.
So there's going to be some of that transition, and he hasn't been on the field with him at all in order to throw him passes, build the timing, build the rapport. So I think all those things. I think the running back room is going to be better. I think Bo Nix is going to make the leap, and I think Jalen Waddle's the best threat they've had, most talented offensive player they've had outside of quarterback since 2019. Okay, those are all good things, but you still got to go out on the field and do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it has to translate. You can't win it on paper, right?
But on paper, there's reason to believe all those things are going to happen.
I do like that statement about Jalen Waddle, the best or biggest threat since Cortland got injured in a major way, because he probably is. They haven't had a running back, they haven't had a tight end, and Cortland just up until really Russ's first year had 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns. That's a damn good year.
Yeah.
But again, it was kind of that throw it up and go get it outlet that he's continued to be for Bo Nix. So it should be there. We'll see what it looks like with those pass-catching threats for the Denver Broncos. We're going to keep the Broncos conversation going, but flip it and go to the defensive side of the ball. Do we trust the depth at pass rusher, especially if Coop can't go? That's coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition training camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
What's up, fellas? Josh Dover here to talk to you about my team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They helped me out a couple of years ago with my testosterone levels as I was getting into my 40s and just started to lose and not produce T at the rate my body normally did. And that led to not sleeping well, brain fog throughout the day because I wasn't sleeping, no energy to do my little morning home workout routine because I didn't have energy. And the biggest problem, sex drive, was going away. They have programs that can help you out with your low T. You can set up your first appointment today for $99, sign up for testosterone appointment the day of your appointment just like I did, and they'll waive the fee. They were sending things to my house, so I was taking that pain-free booster shot in the comfort of my own home. Now, with new 4 body composition programs, they can take your body to the next level. How about their Elevate program right now? A guy that worked with them, Jeremy, decided he wanted to change his life back in 2019, wanted a better body and better overall health, just didn't have all the time to hit the gym, so took part in some of their body composition programs and now living the life he wants to live. I always say you want to be a modern day male. We can honor our fathers, but probably don't want to look like them with that big old belly, right? That's where Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can come in and help you out. So go see my team today. Set up your first appointment at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Summer hailstorms bring in the 3-ring front porch roofing circus.
In ring 1, there's We're Doing Bob's Roof Down the Street.
And in ring 2, there's We Will Cover Your Deductible.
And in ring 3, What Do I Need to Do to Get You to Sign Today?
Send those clowns to the curb.
Don't turn your home into a circus. Call the pros, Denver Roof Pros.
Check us out at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
The new 2026 Honda CR-V was built for Colorado, and July is the perfect time to get one at Champ Honda. Whether you're crushing and cruising city streets or heading to the mountains, the CR-V delivers the comfort and capability you need all summer long. Champ Honda has the largest inventory since before COVID, so you have plenty of great options to choose from. And with their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, you know you'll be treated fairly with no games and no hidden charges. And remember, they never charge dealer handling fees.
Nothing beats a Santiago's breakfast burrito, fresh, made from scratch, and smothered in their famous green chili every single day since 1991. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or a burrito on the go, nearly 30 locations across the Denver metro mean you're never far from your favorite meal. And right now, when you stop into Santiago's, you can make a difference too. Round up your change, make a donation, or grab some chocolates at the counter to support Sungate Kids, helping keep Colorado's children safe. Santiago's, faithfully authentic.
Colorado's 150th birthday. What do you even get the state that has everything? Wildflowers, sunshine, 4 seasons in a single day? Seems like that's covered. How about the new 150th birthday scratch game from the Colorado Lottery? It's loaded with $150 prizes for you and helps give back to Colorado's great outdoors. Happy birthday, old buddy. Don't remember you celebrating my birthday, but I guess you're the big shot here. New 150th birthday scratch. Must be 18 to play.
Most camera installers don't offer a guarantee. Vantage does. It's called Capture or it's free. If a Vantage system misses an incident in a zone they identified during your threat zone analysis, they'll refund the entire install. That's the kind of guarantee a company can stand behind, because your security system is designed around your property first, not pulled off a kit shelf. Invest in real security for your home. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit VSSIColorado.com today. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Oh, a couple weeks away from this concert, I'm going to the Tacos and Tequila Festival in Colorado Springs, where T.I. will be headlining the entire show.
All right, I was just going to ask you who this was.
T.I.
T.I. is
old rapper that's popular again.
He's headlining Tacos and Tequila?
Yeah.
Sounds like a good night, really.
Yeah. I'm sure he's not thrilled, but
well,
he used to do arenas and stuff.
Where's he playing? Is it the Ford Amphitheater or whatever down there?
UC Health something. I don't know anything that's in Colorado Springs except for a giant half pipe.
It's not their version of like Fiddlers?
I don't know, honestly.
Okay, so did you buy the tickets?
I did buy the tickets, yeah.
Give these to you? Do you?
I was like, here's the credit card. Let's go to the concert. And then the tickets were purchased.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sure you'll find it. I'm sure you'll have a good time. Sorry, I was pressing you on the details of your evening plan.
It's like, I don't know if you'll know any of these names. T.I., like Chingy. You remember Chingy?
No.
I like the way you do that right there. That one?
No.
Chameleonaire. Does that do anything for you?
No.
So guys that were like very popular in the late 90s.
Okay.
Early 2000s. Yeah, early 2000s.
That's when I think of them.
You know Chingy, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
And we're talking rappers here?
Yep, rappers.
All right, so if you're doing like late 80s, early 90s R&B, I'm in. Like I knew Montel Jordan when I played earlier.
Last week you crushed it with the Belle Biv DeVoe and the
exactly.
guys. Yeah,
See,
that was great.
That's my lane. And then after about I don't know, I went down to Dallas to go to school early 90s. After that, if it's not country, I'm not going to know the answer.
Yeah. See, and that's how I was playing golf yesterday with Mallory Pugh's dad and his buddy Dave, who were cool as hell. The guys were awesome. And I'll play some music sometimes. But I ask, I'm like, do you guys mind if I play the music? And before I even hit it, he's like, is it country? I'm like, yeah, all of it. He didn't want to hear it. So I did the right thing. I'm like, I won't play it. I'll just chill with you guys.
Okay, so you were going to go country playlist.
Yeah.
Like today's country? Like Morgan Wallen type stuff? You know, the concert that you and Kevin went to without me?
Yeah. I didn't know about that till today. But yeah, more current stuff for me.
Okay.
More current.
All right, good.
All right.
We could golf together then.
Yeah, just a couple of country guys.
Yeah, that's
hitting
right.
the ball, having a drink.
Fantastic.
Nothing wrong with that. James, I want to ask you about depth from pass rusher. Really, 3 guys: Joan Ellis, Dondrea Tillman, Q Robinson. The Cooper thing will play itself out, and it'll all work out the way it's going to work out. Do you have faith in any of those 3 guys to take Coop's job if they have to, and produce at the same level? And when I say produce, I'm talking about, let's call it anywhere between 6 and 10 sacks and being a really, really good run stuffer, edge sealer on that side of the line.
Well, I mean, of the 3, Tillman had the most sacks last year, I believe, with 4.
I think you're right.
And
also had 2 interceptions.
Joan Ellis had 2.5 or 3.5. I mean, they were close. I think if you're asking me, though, like hey, who do I think could be the starter or who should be the starter if Jonathan Cooper is suspended for this first 6 games, I think it should be Jonah Ellis.
Okay.
I think he has starter in this league talent. I think he has every down player type of talent. I'm not saying he's Shaq Barrett 2.0, but Shaq Barrett was on a team stuck behind Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware. When he went to Tampa, had the chance to be a every down player and be their pass rusher. He led the league in sacks. I'm not saying Jonah Ellis is that, but I think he's the closest to being ready for that. I think Tillman was in the perfect role for him last year. I would want it to be his role this year. Rotational guy comes in and he doesn't play a ton of snaps, but he's fresh going against tired offensive linemen, and he's able to wreak some havoc. I think he has less upside, but man, I think you know exactly what you're getting. And then I think Q Robinson's that guy. If he turned into an 8-sack a year kind of player, it wouldn't shock me because he's got unbelievable physical ability. You watch him on the practice field at training camp, you're like, holy cow, that guy's different. Now, it's probably because he's going 100%, and Mike McGlinchey's like,
slow down, young guy.
We got another practice tomorrow.
Yeah.
I get that, but I think he's got this huge upside. If he also wouldn't shock me if he never had a sack in the NFL again. He had a half a sack last year. If that was it, wouldn't shock me. But I love that kid's upside. That's going to take some time. So if Jonathan Cooper's suspended for the first 6 games of the year, Jonah Ellis is your starter. And
Okay.
that's what it should be.
And you know what? I think one of the bigger takeaways for me of this conversation that we're having, and sort of got into this water earlier in the show, I think you and I both feel okay, and maybe Broncos country feels the same way. You guys can tell us on the text line and YouTube of, I feel like if you tell a fan, hey, you could lose your starting edge rusher for 6 games or the year, and you go, well, that's really going to hurt. They're going to struggle in those 6 games. The beauty of this roster is they won't. I think the run game is where you could see it. Jonathan's really good at sealing that edge. They don't go to his side for a reason, and they go to Nick's for a reason. Now, if you can tell me one of those guys, Ellis, Tillman, or Robinson, can be as good as a pass rusher, probably better because that's not his specialty, and still seal that edge the way that Jonathan did, I'd go, sorry, Jonathan. Should have thought twice before you made those decisions that night.
I think Jonah Ellis has the best chance to be that guy, too, that's really good against the run as well. I think Tillman would be, too. I think that's where Q Robinson would really struggle. Just because
movement, lateral.
Yeah, and just, the physicality that comes with playing the run. It's why Nick Bonito struggles more than Jonathan Cooper at it. Jonathan Cooper's a bigger guy. Just from a physical standpoint, he's better at setting the edge and defending the run. But, yeah, you're losing an edge rusher, but he's not your best edge rusher. That's Nick Bonito. So the start of the season, most likely you're going to be without 3 guys who started last year. Jonathan Cooper, that's the biggest loss. John Franklin Myers, underrated guy. You need somebody to step up and fill that void. Is it a Wuzurike? Like, just from a depth standpoint, you've lost some stuff. And then Dre Greenlaw. Well, Dre Greenlaw never played.
Yeah, he wasn't any good when he did, too.
So, right. Like, his most memorable moment as a Bronco was getting in a fight with an official after the game.
And getting suspended for it.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Like, tell me the other moment. Did he have a pick maybe against Washington?
Not that I remember.
A sack maybe? Maybe he made a play in that game. Like, very little. Did very little. But that is 3 guys that aren't going to be there. But if you had to pick 3, well, 2 of the 3 you would have picked. And that's nothing against John Franklin Myers. Really good player. But just the position he plays, like, okay, it's in the interior. They got some other guys there. You got DJ Jones. You got a Wuzurike. There's who can step up and kind of fill the void in the middle of the defensive line when you're playing a 3-4. Greenlaw didn't play. Sternad had more of an impact than he did anyway.
Yep.
So, okay, might as well give him the job. Depth at middle linebacker is an issue, though. It does become a concern because Justin Sternad had to play a lot last year because they had a lot of injuries there. So who's behind them? And then, yes, Jonathan Cooper by far is the biggest loss. They do have some guys behind him that you think are probably ready to step up, with Jonah Ellis at the top of that list.
Like the options, depth is a beautiful thing for the Denver Broncos right now at that position. All right, want to get into a conversation about those early downs. Revisit that, James. First and second down. Will Davis Webb make the Broncos better there? And if so, how? That's next.
The Nuggets got bounced in the first round, and instead of fixing the roster, they've spent this offseason chasing LeBron James, a 41-year-old who, according to Shams Charania, doesn't even have Denver on his short list. Meanwhile, Payton Watson is still on side. Wing defenders are vanishing off the market, and Jokic just pushed his extension to next year. So is the LeBron dream holding this team hostage? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, Broncos country, listen up. Philip Lindsay here. And for stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation for your airport transfers and more. They're dependable, they're professional, so you can focus on your vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600, or you can visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975 in Boulder, has a championship-level lineup ready for you to test drive and take home today. They currently have specials on both the BMW X3 and X5 models. The BMW X3 model is a luxury compact SUV that offers balanced handling and a powertrain variety. The BMW X5 model is a high-performance powerhouse luxury model that offers you a thrilling driving experience. They also have a great pre-owned BMW lineup as well. Schedule your test drive today. Go to GebhardtBMW.com.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Most home sellers get one offer. It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN 1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Rob Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at beattheda.com, 720-706-5151.
Cecil Lammy here for my friends SodaDietAndNutrition.com. They've got a big summer offer. You can get 4 weeks free. Call 866-800-SODA and mention this station, 104.3 The Fan. 866-800-SODA. Mention this station to get 4 weeks free. Their big summer offer going on right now. It's Soda, Diet, and Nutrition. I want you to call up 866-800-SODA. Listen, 5 years ago I lost 60 pounds with soda, and I'm never going back. Why? Because they taught me how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. And having those tools is amazing for your weight loss journey because it's about knowing what you need every single day and then having your own nutritionist, a personalized nutritionist with a personalized plan for you, the dynamic diet for you, custom built for you so that you can lose weight and you can keep it off. And that's the main thing. 5 years have gone by and those 60 pounds are not coming back. They'll never come back because I learned how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat, all thanks to Soda. SodaDietNutrition.com. Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Colorado. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Colorado, make sure your AC is ready for summer. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning offers repairs, replacements, and tune-ups 24/7. Book at onehouraircolorado.com or call 855-1-HOUR.
Denver Sports Snapshot. Sunday night on The Fan. LA faces New York in baseball action starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is BASE. Text BASE to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's BASE to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.
They won 14 games a year ago, but they have to be better than what they were. James Marilat sitting in for Cecil, and something that we all know, Davis Webb taking over, there's a couple things he has to be better at. But there was something I was reading this weekend in the Post. Our buddy Troy Rank wrote about it, or not this weekend, but this week, about early downs. First and second down specifically, that's at least where my brain goes. And some of the numbers that Troy rattled off, I'll give him the credit for finding them, is 32nd, dead last in pre-snap motion. Get to the line of scrimmage earlier, let Bo dissect a little bit. Davis has already said, I'm going to shorten the play calls. That problem seems like it's going to be solved. 26 pre-snap penalties in 17 games from your offense.
Unacceptable.
How do you get there with a coach that's a hard ass, for lack of a better term, and requires discipline the way that Sean Payton does? How do you have 26 pre-snap penalties, James?
Well, and they only played 7 road games. They had 9 home games, 1 neutral game, and 7 road games. So
wow.
They played less road games than any team in the league. So you expect maybe you get a couple of false starts or something on the road with the crowd noise and all the rest of that if you're at Arrowhead. But 26 is totally unacceptable. Maybe some of that is the fact that they're rushing a lot of the times, and you're jumping and you're McFlinchy and all the rest of that. But that's got to get cleaned up. That's unacceptable because that makes the down and distance. It's just such a disparity. It turns the 3rd and 4 into 3rd and 9. That's just an absolute killer. 1st and 15, you're behind the sticks before you've ever run a play.
Well, then there goes your running opportunities because you're going to
Exactly.
chase the play.
Yeah, so that's something that you got to cut that in half. You got to be less than 1 a game.
So, okay, again, is Davis Webb responsible for that? Cecil always says you're being coached to do it or being allowed to do it. Sounds like there was some allowed to do it there. The pre-snap motion, he'll get that figured out. Losing yards on 3rd down and 3rd and 1 situations that we talked about earlier, putting yourself in 1st and 15 situations. I think, to me, here's one thing I think Davis will bring to the table. And reading some of the Wickersham stuff, not just this most recent one, but from last year's playoff run where he said, I go sit with Sean. They were in Buffalo for this playoff game. Bo comes in. They talk about the plays they want. Then Sean decides whether or not he's actually going to put those plays in. I would imagine that Davis will be more open to player, not like, hey, this is what we're going to do, but like, oh, Bo likes that play a lot. Let's make sure that's in every single week. And then when teams start to get a hip to it, let's make a little change and keep that play in every single week. I would imagine Davis does a whole lot more of that than Sean would. And then that leads to no huddle, something I wanted more of. Bo's talked about wanting it every year he's been here. I think there's more open to interpretation ideas from players with Davis than with Sean.
I would agree with that. And I think some of that is just he's so much closer in age to Bo Nix. I think they're going to relate more. I think they're going to see the game the same way. I think when you're nearly 40 years older than your quarterback, there's a natural tendency for it to be, hey, look, kid, I've been doing this a long time. I've been doing this before you were, 20 years before you were on this planet. So I got it. I got it. And I'm not saying that in a negative way towards Sean. That's just human nature. Whereas, Davis is within a few years of the same age as Bo. I just think there's going to be more of a rapport there, on the same page there, mutual respect there. I mean, I think Bo Nix respects Sean Payton as a coach and as an offensive mind. I don't know that he always respected, and the dust up there on the sideline is an example of this, him as a guy that sees the NFL in the way it is in 2024, 25, and now 26, where I think he and Davis Webb are going to be on the same page. They're more of today's NFL, not yesterday's NFL. I just think that's the way it's going to go. That's the natural evolution of things.
You would hope so. The other thing with this last offense, I didn't even realize this was the number. They were 27th in first half drives that reached the red zone. So they didn't get into the red zone until the second half. That goes to the one-score games. It goes to, off the top of my head, Philadelphia, New York jumps out of those. You got to score all those points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Again, I think identity. Can Davis establish that? Can you be more player-friendly? And if you're running the plays that the players want to play with success, you're going to find yourself scoring a lot more.
Well, and I think part of the reason they struggled so much in the first half, and part of the reason I was with you that I wanted them to do more no huddle, like go play like you did against the Giants. Do that for the whole game. Now, you can't do that all the time.
Right.
But, man, that was effective. And Bo looked like just a totally different player. I do think that Sean Payton, I think he did a couple of things. One, I think he tilted the field a little bit to help Bo pad his stats. What I mean is, hey, you got 1st and goal from the 5. You could run it 3 times, or you could run that play you designed to get Nate Atkins wide open and get Bo an easy touchdown throw. I think there's a little bit of that. And then I also think, especially early in games, I think he was protecting his quarterback a little bit from making mistakes. I think he was a little afraid if Bo's going to go out there and I don't want him to make mistakes, and we throw a couple of picks, and this starts going down the wrong side of the hill. And he's being a smart coach. He's playing to his strength. Our defense is the best side of the ball we have. Let's make the opposition go 85 yards for touchdowns instead of making early mistakes in the first half, and now they got a 45-yard field and making things easier on him. I think Sean was more conservative than you would expect from an offensive-minded head coach. I think he called the game like you would expect Sean McDermott to call a game, not Sean Payton. I think they need to be more like Sean McVay. Like, let's go after people. You're going to make some mistakes, but you have a good enough defense that'll bail you out.
And a smart enough quarterback to realize he's not going to do that again.
Right, and if you turn it over, all right, you got a good enough defense to hold him to a field goal. It's not the end of the world. Not going to end up being a touchdown. Like, they have to go out and be more aggressive and not be so afraid of Bo Nix making mistakes early in games. It's year 3, so it's time to move beyond that. Like, it was understandable year 1. Okay, a little bit understandable this past year. That's got to be gone now.
See, I look at this as like how I'm hearing you say it is like Sean was doing two things: protecting his quarterback and also protecting the pick he made of that quarterback.
Correct.
I don't know that. Well, I don't know. Davis Webb didn't pick the player. His legacy's not tied to Bo like Sean's is, but his future head coach opportunity or continue to be the play caller is tied to Bo. So does he want to shine via Bo as well?
Yeah, and I mean, and people think I'm saying this like it was nefarious. I think Sean Payton set Bo Nix up for success. In the way of like, well, no kidding, he's his coach. No, like you'd run the ball on 1st and goal from the 5.
Yes.
You throw it a lot because you're trying to get your quarterback.
Like he would go out of his way to set up his quarterback. I agree.
Setting him up for success, which also means helping him avoid mistakes, setting him up for success. I think he set Russ up for failure. I don't think he built the offense for, hey, what does Russ do well and how do we pad Russ's stats? It was, I want to win some games because I've never lost 6 games or won 6 games or less in the NFL. Just ask me. I'll tell you. I want to win games, but I really don't care if we make the playoffs because if we make the playoffs,
he stays.
I can't get rid of Russ. So I think Sean Payton went home when they lost on Christmas Eve to the Patriots and had a double eggnog. Like perfect
mission accomplished.
We're going to win 8 games. We were right there to win to get to the playoffs after I took over this awful team, and now I can go tell Greg we need to move on from Russ. That was perfect. He set Bo up for success, which is what he should do. Now he needs to let him go get success on his own and loosen the reins a little bit. I do think Davis Webb will do that because Davis Webb, if it doesn't work with Bo, which it's going to, Bo has proven he was the right pick. He was a good pick. He's the guy. If it doesn't work, that's not on Davis Webb. But Davis Webb, if he's going to become a head coach and going to be one of the hot commodities this offseason, it's going to be because all of a sudden this offense takes a leap. It's only going to take a leap if he loosens the reins off Bo Nix.
I think he will. We will see that soon. 2 weeks from today, we'll get our first glimpse at training camp day number 1, 2 weeks from this Friday. All right, let's come back, wrap this thing up, put a bow on it for the Drive, who are out at Aurora Hills Golf Course. Make sure you get over and say hi if you're in the area. We'll talk about what's happening this weekend, little golf preview, and the World Cup final, plus a third-place game. Would Americans care about a third-place game? What if the Broncos and Rams played each other for third place in the NFL? Would you give a damn? Let's answer that next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They changed your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. all with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add Wireless Connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Brandon Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
Hey, that's not bacon grilling. That's your living room at 2 p.m. If your home heats up every summer, your windows might be the reason. Infinity by Marvin Windows protect your home from UV rays, solar heat, and help lower energy bills all summer long. Colorado homeowners have trusted Gravina's Window Center of Littleton for 50 years. Right now, you can save 25% on Infinity by Marvin Windows. Visit them at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
One real Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, our final segment on a Friday. Hope your work day's flown by like ours. Hope your weekend's full of fun activities, hanging out with the kids, or maybe you're just ignoring everybody and playing golf all weekend. Nothing wrong with that either. You got any final thoughts, any final kid accomplishments? Hit us up, 303-713-1043. That's the RamosLaw.com text line. Throw your name on the end of your text. That's going to get your text read a little sooner rather than later. Or if you're watching over on YouTube, youtube.com/DenverSports, click the Dover and Cecil stream. You got an extra click in you. Hit subscribe for us and participate in the tribe chat room there, fueled by our friends at Champ Honda.
All right, it's not a kid accomplishment, but I got to run it by you because I keep getting it texted to me throughout the show here. So my middle son, he's 17.
Okay.
I'm not sure where he was when this just happened today because I've been trying to do it during commercial breaks. Somebody ran into the front corner of his car.
Oh, no.
Left a dent and a big, huge mark.
And he wasn't in the car?
Wasn't in the car. He was, either in his mom's house or he was at the store or he was at school. I don't know where it all happened. And they didn't leave a note. If you run into somebody and you leave a mark, and this is a significant mark, it's probably 1 foot by 1 foot. Like it's a decent, you're not gonna buff it out, right?
Right.
You're gonna have to get it fixed. Don't you think you're morally obligated to leave a note?
You are. Unless
what's the caveat?
If you're a younger person, and I have an example, I don't know if I've ever shared this story outside of the people that were in my vehicle, because it's embarrassing, and I was a bad person in this moment. The day I got my driver's license, so it's like July 25th 1999, maybe I got my driver's license, or 2000. I don't remember. And my first car was an Acura.
You didn't get it on your 16th birthday?
It was. That was my 16th birthday.
Well, what year were you born?
Oh, so it'd be 2000. There we go. Simple solution there, James. Thank you very much. I'm like, I don't know. How would you figure that out? Yeah, the year 2000.
Okay.
I turned 16.
All right.
Had an Acura Integra. Thought it was the coolest little car ever.
Sure.
Had a sunroof. I could stick my head out of the sunroof and still reach the wheel and drive while
Not
my head
that you
was
ever
out.
did that.
No, I would never
Of course
do that.
not.
Just practice in the garage.
Yeah.
The first day I had my driver's license, I went to go pick up my buddy Dave Egloff. What's up, Dave? We have a day. We're driving around. We're cruising the loop at Wendy's and Westy Mall. And you know what you used to do. And go inside Westy and look at shoes and whatever. Sam Goody, what's the latest CD release? All that stuff that you did in your teens. Later that night, I was dropping David off. He lived in North Park up in Westminster. There's an Arby's on 92nd Sheridan there. And I was like, I'm going to drop David off and go get a Jamocha shake. Who doesn't love a Jamocha shake? I go into the drive-thru. I realized I think I'd left my wallet at David's. So I'm in the drive-thru, and I'm like, God, I forgot my wallet. Throw it in reverse to back out of the driveway. I ran right into a car in the Arby's parking lot. I'm 16. It's day one of driver's license.
A parked car?
Parked car.
Okay.
I took off.
Well, you're 16. You don't know what to do.
I mean, I still to this day feel like a turd for doing it. And in the moment, it was the only thing that popped in my head was, and everybody's raised differently, but was my dad beating my ass so bad when I got home that I was like, in my head, I'm like, I'm just going to drive home. He's going to wake up and go to work and see my car wrecked.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go, what happened? Oh my God, something happened when I was asleep. And until right now, that's what he thinks happened.
Oh, so that's how it played out.
Yeah.
He noticed it.
Yes.
So there was the damage to your car, too.
And he thinks someone hit my car while I was asleep.
Okay.
So your son could have lied.
He could have. See, now that never popped into my head.
So he's actually doing something. He's doing it the right way here.
He is. I just think
or he is lying to you and he did it.
But see, right. Now, you should have left a note, though. You should
I should have, yes. I'm a bad person for
I
not.
understand why you didn't. I'm sympathetic. You're 16. It's your first day driving. Your panic of like, oh, my God, I'm going to have the shortest driving career in the history of the world.
I was 12 hours into driving.
Yeah. I get it. And you don't make good decisions when you're 16 anyway.
I was dumb.
You don't make morally responsible decisions. So if this was some 16-year-old kid, okay, I get it. Still makes me mad.
Yeah.
Still
Well, now
makes me
you have
mad.
to pay the tab.
Exactly. Exactly. I just had a very expensive day today. And all I've been doing is sitting here talking sports with you.
See, that now my head is like, oh, he crashed the car.
Now I got more
He's not
questions to
telling
ask.
you about it.
Okay, I'm glad I brought it up.
They're going to be like, I hate that Josh guy. Why'd he bring that up?
The Super Cup story was working.
Yeah, it wasn't my fault. It was somebody else's fault. That's the default 100% of the time.
For sure.
All right. I asked this question because this weekend's going to be full. For me, it's going to be full of some golf. And then Sunday, I will be watching the World Cup final. What I won't be watching is the World Cup third place game. England and France, I believe, is the matchup there. James, why do we do third place games in anything? And would it work if the Broncos and the Rams played in a third place game that weekend between the Super Bowl? Would we even watch?
No.
And especially in this case, it'd be Jarrett Stidham again. And I go, I'm not going to subject myself to that nonsense.
And nobody would want to play. They'd all tap out.
Oh,
Why
that's
would
right.
you want to get hurt in that game? It would be silly. A third place game is totally pointless. This harkens back to the day where, hey, we used to all have to get on trains and then get on a steam engine, and it took 2 months to get to wherever they were holding the World Cup, and we're here. We might as well play a third place game before we get on a steam engine and go back and then get on a train, and it takes me 2 months to get home. Might as well go, right? But no. If you can also go get on an airplane, you're back in Norway, and you're on your yacht hitting golf balls.
Right, for Instagram.
Why are we doing a third place game? It is silly. It's as silly as a, Labor Day parade through the small town where, here comes Ron and he's on his combine, and then 5 minutes later, here comes Ron and he's on the fire truck because he's on the I get why it was, entertaining in 1948. It's just not now. In a third place game, I get why they did it back in the day. We're all here. We've got the the venue. You traveled this far. We might as well play. There's no need to do it now.
I mean, it'd also be like the Avs and Canadians in a third-place series.
Oh, my gosh.
Who the hell would want to watch
Can you
that?
imagine?
You got to win 4 games to take third place?
Now, in the Olympics, I can see why they would play a third-place game because you get a
the medal,
bronze
right?
medal.
Yeah.
So you get something or you get nothing. Okay. And I don't know why this wouldn't be the same of, hey, we finished third, we got the bronze medal at the World Cup, but it's just not the same. The Olympics have done a great job of making it to where third place is kind of cool. It's actually almost better than being second place. Because second place, you're like, damn it, I was so close to winning.
Yeah,
Third
first
place,
loser, you always say,
Third place,
right?
you're like, I really wouldn't. It's not like I got heartbroken, and I still got a medal.
You're like, check that out. I went, I participated, and
third place, I think, in the Olympics is actually better than second. Not in this case.
I think Nathan McKinnon, remember the look on his face? Like he probably agrees with everything you just said.
Whoever won the third place game of the Olympics probably went home happy.
Was it, Alex, you'll probably remember, when Serbia was super drunk, were they a third place team?
Yes.
That was a third place
the
team.
bronze.
Right?
Yeah, they were living
So
it up.
they lose, they win their third place game, go back to the hotel, hammer beers, and like, oh, we got to come back and get our trophy, which is a gold medal or a bronze medal in this
They
case.
couldn't have been happier about it. So it's weird. The Olympics, it works. It does not work anywhere else, and it just seems silly anywhere else.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's just well, we're here. Let's sell some more tickets and beers.
Can you imagine it's 1930 and they're having the World Cup wherever it was in 1930
Like,
in
man,
Brazil?
it took me 3 weeks to get here.
And the English team had to come all the way to Brazil in 1930. Yeah, they're going to stick around and play France.
Yeah, just hang out for a little while
Yeah.
longer. Your 5-week journey to get back home can start
Correct.
tomorrow with your bronze medal or whatever they give out
Exactly
for
right.
third
But yes,
place.
I will not be watching that game. I have no interest.
No. First place game, I'll be locked in for it. So fired up for that. Alex, are you well, you're not going to root for Argentina.
I will not be rooting for Argentina. I will be rooting for Spain.
Okay.
This was if I could have had it any other way, these two teams would not be here.
Yeah, this is like a worst case scenario
Yes,
for Alex in the World Cup
doomsday.
final.
This was doomsday, but it's okay. Soccer is so much fun to watch. It's going to be an incredible game. I was telling you earlier, and I wonder if they would ever consider something like this, but probably not because these teams usually are the ones that qualify. But could you imagine if qualification for the next World Cup was part of like the third place
So you
game?
get like an exemption.
Like an auto bid, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know, your country won third place. Congratulations. You don't have to go through qualifiers.
How about if you
I don't hate that idea at all.
How about if you finish fourth, you don't get to come to the next World Cup?
Oh, so then you have to win third place.
Yeah. Now there's something
Yeah.
on the line. So either England or France is
You
not
better
going to
play.
participate in 2030.
Do you know if everybody's showing up? We won't know till tomorrow.
I would imagine that not everyone's going to show up. I don't know how much emphasis other countries have on, hey, at least we finished third versus like, let's just get home. Let's
Mbappe
get
and
home.
Kane play tomorrow if their team can't
No
come in
doubt
4
about
years.
it. Yeah. Kev, you're probably not locked in the World Cup final.
Oh, yeah, I am.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm taking England.
Oh, well, they're in the third place game.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Totally locked in.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't know this thing was still going on.
2 more days. Two more matches,
days?
and that's it. That's about
Oh.
it. That's all we'll be watching.
No, I'll take Argentina. All
right.
You know, I'll cheer for Messi, I guess. I don't know.
My buddy, you know JJ, my buddy, good buddy of mine is from Spain. JJ was born in Spain.
Okay.
I'm going to
So
roll with my guy,
You
JJ.
got a rooting interest.
Yeah.
I am. I guess I'll root for Argentina just because I like to root for greatness. And Messi, I mean, he was the best player in the world 20 years ago. He still is, which is just incredible. So I guess I'm pulling for Argentina. But if Spain wins, I'm not going to be upset.
Right.
I'm just tuning in as a fan. I just want it to be as entertaining as the whole rest of the tournament has been.
Yeah.
Where it's a great finish and it lives up to it, and it's a cherry on top of what has been a fantastic Sunday of sports here. I don't want it to be a letdown. It's like, what a bad way for it to end.
Yeah.
Right? Like the grand finale needs to be spectacular.
Yeah, you've got the world buzzing about soccer. Don't end it in an awful way.
For sure.
That's
and
what
then
we're
I'm looking up here and watching as these guys are off in the cornfield here trying to find golf balls.
Bryson DeChambeau he lost a ball on hole 5 and is still losing his mind about it, and his round's over.
Oh, is that what's going on?
Yeah, this is all about a hole 5 lost ball.
He's done, and he's back to the scene of the crime
and
here?
it looks like he's talking with rules and how they're going to judge that.
Okay,
Rules
gotcha.
officials.
But I'll you know what? I'll tune into this on Sunday morning.
Mm-hmm.
I like the fact that it's on in the morning. Same reason I like London and Germany and wherever they play NFL games. I like the 7:30 kickoff.
Same.
I like breakfast burritos and mimosas.
I can get up. My lady won't even wake up before we'll be deep into this tournament before she's even downstairs.
Yeah.
And then I'll be like, well, let's just finish the tournament and then we can start our day. That's how it'll turn out.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. But then also, and we talked about it earlier, if today was the first day, or this weekend was the first day they ever tried this, hey, let's go over to Scotland and play, and we'll play on this course that's completely brown, it would be one and done.
Yeah.
This is
you
horrendous.
changed I literally heard that conversation yesterday. I'm like, I'm going to set James straight tomorrow on the show. And then I ended up agreeing with you because you're right about the football stadium. It would have been the same situation. All right, it's KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, plus our friends at KARS FM up in Laramie, Dover, and Cecil is brought to you by our friends at Wayback Burgers. James, outstanding stuff, man. Really appreciate you sitting in this week, a couple days with me. Always fun, man.
It was a blast. Excited to see Cecil.
Yeah.
I don't remember what he looked like, but I'm excited to see him on Monday.
He'll be back on Monday. We're going out to Aurora Hills. That's where the boys on the drive are, and they take over right now.
That's right. Happy Friday to one and all as we are live from Aurora Hills Golf Course on a beautiful day in Denver, Colorado, and we have a lot to get to. Happy Friday, Mr. Philip Lindsay.
What's going on, ZB, man? It's a beautiful day out here in my neck of the woods. This is where I grew up.
Is that right?
Yeah. Remember, I'm literally over the fence.
Oh, that's right. You almost
here.
You almost hit your old house with
I
a
did.
ball.
Almost
the
hit my
last time
pops.
we were out here.
I almost hit my pops. I said 4. So yeah, this is where I grew up. I never got to play golf out here. I wasn't a golfer at the time. Now I'm Tiger Phil, so I'm getting better at it. But yeah, man, I'm happy to be out here. It feels good and brings back memories just being in this location, this area, man. Just down the street over there, ZB. That's where my pops used to take us to. We call it running tires, and we would have this big old tire. And he would put it to a bicycle tube and put some rope there, and he would tie it to the big tire, put it on our waist, and we would have to run it. It would be 10-yard sprints, 20-yard sprints, a 30. We take the tire off, we take the tube off. Then we would do a 10-yard sprint, 20-yard sprint, 30, and that's all we did, man. And that's how we kind of built up the stamina, the speed, and that's something we did every other week.
That is a pretty cool story. So a bike tire tube around your waist that is pulling a larger tire.
Exactly, yeah. So you're getting
Very
to work,
interesting.
but you separate you so you're not too close to the tire, and now you're driving. It forces you to keep a drive phase, right? It forces you to stay low, and then as a sprinter, you duck your head and then you pop back up, and now you're striding. Man. So like it's just little things like that, mechanical things you want to work on that help you out. And you do it enough, then you start to reap the rewards as you get older.
Isn't it something being young and hungry?
Man.
You know, I was talking with my wife about this yesterday because my son has a friend who's got a ladder. And I don't mean a ladder you crawl up on, like one that you put on the ground and you work out with, and you work on your footwork. And it just brought me back. We would have entire dedicated workout sessions where we were never touching a basketball, and it was just plyometrics. And it'd be in the middle of the summer, and my high school coach setting up different stations in a parking lot in 95-degree heat and high, East Coast humidity. And I never even thought about it. I was 14. I didn't want to be anywhere else in the world, and just trying to get better and like pouring myself into it. And it never one time felt like, I shouldn't say never one time it felt like work, because there was sometimes you work yourself to the point of exhaustion and all that stuff.
You're like, damn, here
but
we go
you want
again.
to.
But you were out there.
Yeah, it was never like, and I told you this in the past, never one time did anyone ask me in my life, hey, did you get your work in today? Like, hey, did you work out today? No, because not to say that no one cared about me, but my dad wasn't around. He wasn't like overseeing, like, hey, like you got to be a good basketball player. Like our relationship wasn't like that. And maybe my high school coach, you know what I mean? Like just checking in on me, but like it was all self-motivated and just intrinsically.
That's so special, ZB, that you can sit here and say you were self-motivated. So my father was there, and he was forcing us at the beginning, and I really didn't want to do it. But for him, just like you, he didn't have his father really in his life. It was his brother that was pretty much his father, and nobody to tell them that they needed to work harder. And yet my father and my uncle would go out there and work every day. There's not a lot of guys like my father or like you that can be motivationally just sound and understand that you want to get better, and you don't need somebody to breathe down around your neck to say, hey, let's go and do this.
Right.
And that's why I hope for Phil. Like, for Phil, we work out, we have fun, and I hope that it becomes a trend. I hope it becomes something that we just do, and he likes to do it, or he loves to do it, and he gets to hang out with Dad.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to build here.
I love that, dude. I love that. And honestly, like being the and this will get a little bit sappy, I guess, but
it's a Friday, man.
I'm no stranger to it. The reason I got this job was reaching out to someone to try to get better. I didn't apply to any position. I took and I've told you the story before, but the co-host that I was working with was out, and he was the big cheese in town, okay? And I was like his sidekick. I was not even like a co-host. I was almost like his sidekick. And I was producing the show, so I was doing what Dante
like
does.
I'm Batman, you're Robin.
So I'm like doing what Dante does. So I'm running the board and running commercials and cutting spots, but I'm also on the air with him. And he was out, and he was gracious enough to let me host the show solo. And I took the tape and the MP3 file from a segment, and I sent it to someone who was doing some consulting work for our local radio station in Albany. And I didn't even know the position in Denver was, I didn't even think about Denver. I didn't even know 104.3 The Fan. And I sent it to this consultant, and I said, hey, I had the opportunity to host a show solo. Can you just give me feedback, and I want to get better? And he did. He wrote me like a 5-paragraph, super thoughtful feedback.
Wow.
But unbeknownst to me, he then took that piece of audio and sent it to Denver. And I guess I'll just summarize the story here, because I know I told it probably 10 months ago or something. But then the guy in Denver sent it to the guy in Seattle. The guy in Seattle likes it, brings me out. I interview. 2 weeks later, I get offered the job, and then the Denver calls back and says, I made a mistake.
Yeah, there might be something more to you.
Yeah,
huh?
like,
somebody wants you, so now we want you.
But I didn't realize this was happening. I didn't realize that these two different stations and two different markets were
battling
in communication about me. I had no idea. And then Armin Williams from Denver calls, and he says, I think I made a mistake. The demo that I sent along to Seattle, I thought you'd be better suited here, but I think you should at least give us a chance to fly you out here, meet Stokely, look at the station, see Denver. And I did that. I was up playing the next day, and ultimately take the job, and it changes my life. And here I am sitting with you almost for 3 years and almost 10 years at the station. But the origin story to how I ended up in Denver was sending a piece of audio to someone to try to get better.
That's it. Work, hard work, trying to find ways to work on your craft so that you can get better, so that you can compete. That's all I tell my son. It's all about competing. You're not going to win them all.
No.
But if you ain't first, you're last, and you don't want to be last too often. So let's try to be first.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. And we want to know what, man. I hope my son can channel some of that.
I think he already is, man.
I hope so. He's just he's so little, right?
Know.
He's still 7 years old. He'll turn 8 on Wednesday. And it's kind of cool because I'm not going to be here on Wednesday.
Oh, of course you're not.
It's
vacation, right?
I am taking a vacation day, but it's really not for me. But it's his birthday, and it just so happens next Wednesday, of all Wednesdays. I mean, go back and look at the Rockies schedule and try to find me a Wednesday 1:00 in the afternoon game.
It's rare.
There aren't a lot of them, and it just so happens that it's falling on his birthday next Wednesday, the 22nd. So we're going to take the day off. And he wants to go to the Rockies game, and he wants to go to one other place.
Where are we going after the Rockies game or before the Rockies game?
Guess where he wants to go before the Rockies game on my day off?
He wants to go to Elitch's, man.
He wants to go to Daddy's work.
To Daddy's work.
He wants to go to Daddy's work. And when these kids come to our job, Drew had his kids at the station this week. It's larger than life. We got the basketball Papa Shot. We got the NFL Blitz video arcade game.
Big old widescreen TV just sitting out there.
That's right. And he, in his mind, you guys are like his friends too. And so on his birthday, on my day off, we're going to come to the station. I told him 15, 20 minutes. That's it. On our way down to Coors Field. And for the first time ever, we're going to go, and we're going to go super early. We're going to go for batting practice. And he really, with our last Rockies game we went to, his friend that he was there with the baseball team got a ball, and now he's fixated. I got to get a ball. I got to get a ball from one of these players.
Well, he's with his dad, and his dad has good luck when it comes to pucks, baseballs, hell, a basketball. You told us the story yesterday.
That's right.
I think he's in great hands. I think he's going to give himself a ball.
My gosh.
I want to say if a player doesn't give Big O the ball, his dad's going to try to find a way on the field as a cameraman.
Well, we did
go
that.
Steal a ball.
Well, we did that at Army-Navy. Almost became into a ref. Almost got there on the line of scrimmage.
Put up your hands. It's a touchdown.
Oh, my God. That's another great story, man. That's another great. And you know what I was thinking, too? And we're going to go to break here and get to some sports. But I think today might be a good day for the first time in years, because we've been on the air for almost 3 years coming next month.
Damn.
And I haven't done it at all during this time, but today might be a good day to tell the Kevin Garnett story.
Oh, finally.
To tell my Kevin Garnett story. I haven't told the story in years. I think today might be a good day for it, maybe the second half of the show. But here's my question. What positional player on the Denver Broncos has a chance to hear their name called this time next year on ESPN's top 10 positional poll? We'll look at some candidates coming up next.
Here we go, boys! ESPN polled NFL execs, coaches, and scouts to rank the best players at every position, and the Broncos skill guys got dismissed. Bo Nix led